Good evening and welcome to Derby Date Night. You're here with me, Aria Kidding Me. I'm here with my husband, Seriously, and we are out on a Derby Date Night tonight for Cornfed Roller Derby versus Naptown Roller Derby. As usual, we've left the kids, LOL and OMG, at home so we can enjoy a great night of roller derby. Tonight is the season opener of Season 10, Version 2. We tried Season 10 in 2020, and that didn't work out so well, so we are now trying Season 10 for the second time. Last time Cornfed Roller Derby played a game was in February of 2020, so we are so excited to be out tonight to see these two Indiana teams that are only an hour away from each other go head-to-head. Tonight, playing for Naptown, we've got number 8, Femme Natal, number 18, Flip Her, number 24, Rita Repulsa, 43, Neurotica, 45, Tina Totaler, 57, Robin Daggers, 70, Lysis to Kill, 88, Peanut, 94, Supernova, 104, Garbage Witch, 188, Weird Al Shake-a-Bitch, 222, Kiddo, 308, Sarge, 611, Blackout, and 67, Huntress. Your coaches for Naptown Roller Derby are Grim Solo, Amelia B. Killia, Will Smith, and Chef Mayhem. Now it's time to introduce the home team, Cornfed Roller Derby. We have got number 4, Boggs, number 7, Kelly Cloxam, number 9, U.S. Amy, number 12, Captain Rogue, 43, Daisy Doom, 46, Grizzly Barrett, 64, Adderall, 77, Goldie Blocks, 214, Spinelli, 227, Cosmo Payne, 247, Karma Kazi, 313, Miss Adventure, 440 is Melody Mayhem, 4726, Soul Seeker, number 4 is Ivy Bruzinya. Cornfed is coached by Kent French, Danny Mack, JJ, and Tommy Guns. It takes a lot of people to make a roller derby game happen, so we've also got our skating officials. Our referees are Bambi Lance is our head ref, Maz ref, Ogre, Pure Polly, Richie Cranium, Shenanigans, and Bon Appetit are going to be rounding out your ref crew tonight. We've also got our non-skating officials, including Bethley as our head NSO, Crash Bandy Oops, Eggs Benedict, Galvatron, Heathem, Kelsey Grammer, Marin, Mr. Bruise Guy, Ranger Danger, Silken Tofu, Tweety Bird, and Wild Irish Rose. We also have 2 medics on hand tonight, Kellen McCormick and Kitty. On camera tonight, we have got 3 cameras tonight to help us watch the action. We've got some great students from Ball State, Caitlin, Max, and Kylie. And again, you've got me, Aria Kidding Me. I'm your announcer, and my husband, Seriously, is serving as our executive producer, technical director, and guy in charge of all technical things. You are looking at Cornfed Derby Dame Season 10 Version 2, ready to go for the first time in 2 years. We are so excited to be back on track and getting to play again. We are here at the Delaware County Fairgrounds in Muncie, Indiana. We have got a full house tonight. There were over 200 tickets sold before the doors even opened, and we have got such a full house, such a big group of people here ready to see some action on track for the first time in 2 years. The countdown clock has run down, and we should be seeing our first jam in just a couple minutes. First, we'll pause for the national anthem. All right, and with that, we are getting ready for our first jam. For those of you who have not seen roller derby before, we're going to see 4 blockers from each team lining up, and behind them there are going to be 2 jammers. Those jammers will be wearing a star on their helmet. They are the ones who will be scoring the points tonight. So once the whistle blows, we're going to see those jammers playing hard and trying to get through the pack, and those blockers will be playing both offense and defense, both blocking and helping those jammers get through the pack. Our first jammers will be Boggs for Cornfed and Rita Repulsa for Naptown Roller Derby. As they make it to the first corner, Boggs is slightly in front, needs to get past one Naptown blocker. She makes it past, and Boggs is your lead jammer. Rita has taken off the jammer star and is trying to pass it to the pivot. Boggs is coming around to score some points. She is making her way through the pack. Looks like she's got a couple points, and she is through for a full 4 points. Rita is still working to make her way through the pack and is being recycled back as Boggs comes around to try and score another 4 points and is able to get through on the outside. And Rita is getting, looks like, pushed out to the outside and recycled back by US Amy, and Boggs is coming through for her 3rd scoring pass. A hard block from Flipper, and she is in a little bit of a tripod with Naptown as she tries to stretch out the pack. She pulls the pack away and is able to get through on another scoring pass. Naptown has continued. Rita passed the pivot, and now we have got License to Kill is your jammer, as she and Boggs are both trying to make it through the pack. Boggs makes it for almost another pass and gets recycled back. She's not going to call the jam at this point. The pack is stretched out quite a bit. We've got a strong Naptown tripod working to hold Boggs, and Cornfed is also continuing to hold Lysis. Boggs is able to easily get through as she breaks apart those blockers, and Lysis is stuck in a bit of a traffic jam, gets pushed to the inside, and comes around to some strong blocking from Kelly Clocksum and Karmakazi as Boggs gets her way through the pack, and Lysis continues to be held. The jam is then called, and that was a very strong jam for Cornfed Roller Derby to start the game. Cornfed at 20 points and Naptown at 3 points. All right, getting ready for our second jam of the night. We've got Melody Mayhem quickly taking lead jammer for Cornfed Roller Derby. And we've also got Sarge, who is your jammer from Cornfed, making his way out of the pack on the outside line, is pushed out by Rogue and is trying to make it through, goes to the inside, and a great hit from Cosmo Payne forces Sarge to recycle to the back of the pack. After she made it out, it looks like Melody Mayhem is taking a visit to the penalty box, so Sarge has got a power jam right now and is pushing his way through as best as he can to get through, and the star, it looks like Sarge just passed the star to the pivot, is now going to become your jammer from Naptown. Melody Mayhem comes out of the penalty box and is going to be trying, just getting right through that pack, and is going to be putting the star on, and now is coming around to score some points. Huntress, it looks like, is being held back by a strong Cornfed blocking triad as Melody comes around, making her way through to score 4 points there. Huntress is recycled to the outside by a Cornfed blocker and is coming back around to try to get through a very strong blocking, actually a quad of Cornfed blockers. Melody comes out of the pack after another scoring pass. Huntress is attempting to get through again, and Naptown is trying to play a little bit of offense. Rogue clears the inside line for Melody Mayhem, and she is through for another 4 points. Huntress is pushed to the outside by Cosmo Payne. And Melody comes through for another 4 points on the outside. Another successful jam for Cornfed. The score is now 36-7. All right, the next jam already lined up here. Looks like we've got Neurotica for Naptown and Big Al Misadventure for Cornfed. The jam is on, and both blockers are being held by some strong tripods. Ed is stretching out the pack and is through as your lead jammer. This is Ed's first season bouting with Cornfed, and getting lead jam in your first jam is a pretty good look. The star has been passed for Naptown to License to Kill, who is out of the pack and is putting the star on. Looks like Ed has gotten a penalty, and now there will be a power jam for Naptown with License to Kill as your jammer, stretching out the pack. License is through for 4 points. Lysis is coming around to try and score, and is able to make it through the middle as Cornfed reforms in front of her. A big hit from Kelly Clarkson. Lysis is able to stay in. Spinelli chased her out and tried to grab her, but she was already through for her 4 points as Ed is coming out of the penalty box. Ed is forced to recycle after being pushed out of bounds. Both Lysis and Ed stuck a little bit in the pack. Ed is able to squeeze around to the outside to be able to score those points. Lysis is stretching out the pack down and is able to get out of the pack for 4 points. And that jam is over with lots of points scored for both teams on that one. Cornfed still in the lead at this point, 41-19. All right, for our next jam, it looks like we have got Boggs for Cornfed, who quickly makes it through as lead jammer, followed quickly by Blackout from Naptown. These two will be racing to see if Boggs can score some points before Blackout can score points behind her. Boggs is able to make it through and quickly calls off the jam before Blackout is able to score any points. However, at the end of that jam, it looks like Blackout was given a penalty. So Blackout will start the next jam in the penalty box. So Cornfed will have a power jam at the beginning of the next jam. Blackout will need to serve that penalty for 30 seconds. There are also two other Naptown blockers, it looks like, in the penalty box. So this will be a great opportunity for Cornfed to put some more points on the board. Maybe it's even... The jam is on, and Melody Mayhem gets through because at this point there's only a pivot on the floor. Now there's another blocker who has joined her, so there are two. However, Melody is able to just go right through on the inside and score those 4 points. We are now up to 3 Naptown blockers, so Melody is coming around for her third pass, and Unfortunately, that was a back block, and Melody will now be going to the penalty box. What that means is because she was lead jammer when she went to the penalty box, this jam will not have a lead jammer and will go the full 2 minutes. Blackout is now out of the penalty box and is pushed to the outside and manages to stay in. Sweeps to the inside, and there is a big hit, and she is working her way through the pack here and is forced to recycle by Spinelli. And as Blackout is coming around to continue to try to score points, Melody Mayhem is now out of the penalty box and coming through to try and score some points of her own. Melody is able to get through on the inside line to score 4 points. She's communicating with her coach. And Blackout is looks like Blackout is going to be returning to the penalty box again, and this is now a second power jam opportunity for Cornfed in this jam. This jam has about 30 seconds left at this point, and Melody is working her way through what seems to be, everybody seems to be a pretty exhausted. This was a very physical jam, and after she brings everyone out, she's able to call off the jam. I'm not sure if she called off the jam or if the jam ended there. Typically, when you've gone to the penalty box, you're not able to call off a jam, but not exactly sure what happened. We are now pausing for an official review. I'm guessing the official review might be because Melody did call the jam at the end, and typically when you've been in the penalty box, you aren't able to call off a jam. But I also am not sure if the penalty clock ran out on that one. You all might have had a better view of that on the cameras, so you all can chat about your opinions. They could be talking about something completely different. You never know. We take a lot of officials to figure out these games and how they work. And there was a lot of things that happened in that last jam, as you saw. Lots of people in the penalty box. So there's any number of things they could be discussing. Oftentimes, really what they're talking about is something happened that is not clear within the rules. And so they'll have a discussion to make sure that they've made the right decision. And it looks like the official review is over, and we will be starting this jam as a power jam for Cornfed. Blackout continues to be in the penalty box, and we have, it looks like Miss Adventure is lining up as the jammer for Cornfed. Miss Adventure is pushed to the inside line and is able to come back in and is being held by a strong tripod of Naptown blockers as Cornfed is setting up, as Blackout is coming back into the pack. Miss Adventure is having some trouble with her wheel, but is able to, looks like, get it back on and get back up, and is still working her way through a tripod. One of the Naptown blockers looks like was called on a penalty, so Ed has two blockers to contend with as she attempts to stretch out the pack to get past these two blockers. She is able to get through. However, she is called on a track cut and will be headed to the penalty box as a Naptown blocker is coming out of the penalty box. Blackout, meanwhile, is working her way through. She does have the star off, so she's holding it, which means she might pass it. She is able to make it through on the inside line. However, Cosmo from Cornfed is, as it looks like, okay, Blackout was able to get through while Cosmo Payne is called on a penalty. Blackout needs to put that star back on in order to score points as she is working her way through and is coming up against a strong line of Cornfed blockers. She is going to work to push as hard as she can to hopefully score some points. She's being recycled to the back by Rogue as Melody Mayhem Miss Adventure is coming through on the inside to score 4 points. Blackout is looking to find a hole in that strong blocking contingent, while Misadventure sails right through, finding some holes to be able to score 4 more points. And the jam is called. Currently we are at 61 points for Cornfed Roller Derby and 22 for Naptown. All right, we are starting this jam with Boggs for Cornfed and Sarge for Naptown Roller Derby. Lots of people on the ground at the beginning of that one. However, Boggs is able to get out as your lead jammer. Sarge is working his way through, trying to get out on the outside. That pack has stretched out as Boggs is coming around, and Sarge is pushing his way through to get out of that pack. Boggs comes through and is able to, looks like she is able to get past all 4 blockers there, while Sarge is able to get out of the pack and is right behind Boggs. So Boggs is going to come around to try and score some more points with Sarge right on her tail. Blockers are setting back up as Boggs comes in. Boggs comes to the outside and is calling the jam. Looks like Sarge was able to score a few points. I think, looks like Sarge was able to get about 2 points from that one, maybe 3.
Score on the board, 68-26.
The score right now is 68 Cornfed, 26 Naptown. All right, we have Rogue for Cornfed and Rita Repulsa for Naptown Roller Derby. Both of them are players for Team Indiana. So while they're not teammates tonight, they will be teammates at Battle of the States in a few months. Rita is able to get out as your lead jammer. And right behind her is, actually, that is Melody Mayhem as your jammer for Cornfed. I'm not sure why the scoreboard on that one says Rogue. Rita is able to get through to score 4 points and is calling the jam before Melody can score any points.
Picks up 4 points and looks like 3 on the board for Melody Mayhem.
The score is 71 Cornfed, 30 Naptown Roller Derby.
Is Lucky Rabbit. Located on the gallery road across from Dick's Sporting Goods. Lucky Rabbit puts the customer needs first. Stop by and tell them Cornfed sent you. Heading to the line, Neurotica.
All right, we have got Neurotica for Naptown Roller Derby and Misadventure for Cornfed. As the jam starts, both jammers trying to make their way through some slow, very strong blocking lines. Neurotica working their way through on the outside to the inside, trying to break up that pack. US Amy is able to recycle Neurotica back and reconnect with Karma as Misadventure gets her way through and will be your lead jammer. Neurotica has taken off the jammer panty and is looking for a pivot to possibly pass it to as Misadventure comes around and is able to make it through for 4 more points. Neurotica still trying to make her way through that pack and is being recycled back by Kelly Cloxum and Karma Kazi. Neurotica trying to spin her way around while Misadventure makes another pass for 4 more points. I'm not sure what happened there, but Neurotica is being sent to the penalty box, which means this will be a power jam for Misadventure, who just made it through for another 4 points. So while Neurotica is sitting in the penalty box, Misadventure will be calling the jam so that we will start the next jam as a power jam for Cornfed. Neurotica just entered that penalty box as the jam was called, so she will be serving close to the full 30-second penalties, and it looks like Boggs will be lining up as the jammer for Cornfed. In a new strategy, looks like they almost are starting this jam closer to the pivot line. Jam starts, and Boggs is able to break up 2 blockers and make her way through. So she will be coming around on a scoring pass here. Rogue coming up to help break up that pack a little bit to help Boggs get through. She's pushed to the outside, forced to recycle a little bit, and is able to break up the pack and come through on the outside, and just has 1 Naptown blocker left to get past. She is being held very strongly by Naptown. That blocker unfortunately ends up with a penalty, and Boggs is able to get through for those 4 points. Meanwhile, Neurotica is back in the pack trying to make her way through, jumps to the inside line, but is able to make it through. A Naptown blocker was called on a directional penalty, and Boggs is watching to see and decides to call the jam before Neurotica can score any points. Your score is currently Cornfed Roller Derby 91, Naptown Roller Derby 30. Tonight will be interesting to watch. For a lot of these players, they have not played a full game since 2020. So while they've been practicing very hard to get ready for these games, there's something a little bit different about the conditioning needed to play a full game. Melody Mayhem and Sarge are your jammers. Sarge managing to sneak through that pack on the inside as your lead jammer. Melody Mayhem close behind. The Naptown pivot is also out of the box and is going to try to do a little bit of offense for Sarge to help him get through the pack. Melody is also trying to make her way through the pack as the pivot for Cornfed receives a penalty. Melody is able to make her way through for 4 points. Sarge also makes his way through for 4 points. All right, here comes Melody. Makes her way through for another 4 points with Sarge right behind her. Sarge is able to get through on the inside line. We've got a pretty full penalty box right now, so not a lot of blockers out on the track, which makes it a little bit easier for jammers to break things up. Melody is working her way through the pack and is able to get through for 4 more points. Sarge is currently in the penalty box and is serving a penalty, which makes this a power jam for Naptown. As Melody comes around to a full complement of 4 blockers, she's going to try to make her way through by stretching out that pack. They cannot go further than 10 feet without having to lose a blocker, and Melody uses that strategy to be able to get through.
20 feet outside and yeah, 20 feet.
All right, our score right now is 107 Cornfed Roller Derby, 34 Naptown Roller Derby. An interesting fact is that Cornfed Roller Derby and Naptown Roller Derby have a very long history. However, Cornfed's A-team has never had a victory against Naptown's A-team. Cornfed B-team has played Naptown's B-team played Cornfed's A-team, and they've beat them once, but the A-teams playing together has always ended in a Naptown victory. All right, the jam is starting with Misadventure for Cornfed Roller Derby and Neurotica for Naptown Roller Derby. Both jammers working their way through the packs. Misadventure able to get around on the outside to score lead jammer. The Naptown blockers come through to try and help Neurotica get through. Unfortunately, she is recycled to the back as Misadventure comes around and has a big hit and is recycled a little bit on the inside and still continuing to try and work her way through. Looks like a penalty on one of the Cornfed players who will be going to the penalty box as Miss Adventure is able to make her way through for another 4 points. Neurotica makes a successful star pass to the pivot, and the pivot is going to come out and will be your jammer. That is License to Kill, who has now taken the star as Miss Adventure is coming around to try and score another 4 points. She is able to make it through as Lysis comes to the back of the pack and is working her way through. As she is still working to get through, Miss Adventure comes around to try and score a few more points of her own and is unfortunately recycled to the inside line and is now needing to go all the way to the back of the pack. Miss Adventure is able to make it through and score those 4 points as Lysis is attempting to stretch out that pack. The jam concludes at a full 2 minutes. A lot of these jams have gone pretty long, which means this has got to be exhausting for those players out there. As you can see, this is a very physical game. There's a lot of conditioning needed, and these jams going at 2 full minutes has got to be just exhausting for these players.
For more information on becoming a foster parent, visit our website, benchmarkfamilyservices.org.
All right, a quick pause in the action for some track repair to make sure that the track is going to be safe for the skaters to skate on. Great job, track repair. We really appreciate them working to keep our tracks safe for the skaters. And we are back to the action, it looks like. We've got Boggs for Cornfed up against Blackout for Naptown Roller Derby. All right, and the jam has started. Blackout tries to get through on the outside, is not able to get through, while Boggs comes through the middle, but unfortunately is given a penalty and will be heading to the penalty box. Blackout also receives a penalty and will be headed to the penalty box. So currently, there are no jammers on track. As Blackout sits down, Boggs will then stand up and be able to start the action. Maybe the blockers can get a little bit of a rest while they wait for Boggs to come around.
That was a beautiful move by Karma.
All right, Boggs comes around on and is working to try and break up that pack. Blackout will only need to serve the amount of time that Boggs did. So it was a shorter penalty for Blackout, as Blackout is taking the star off to try and pass that to the pivot. And it looks like, I think License to Kill is the pivot and has received the star and will, oh, that was a beautiful dance along the inside line. However, unfortunately, one of her wheels must have gone out of bounds, which means she will be assessed a track cut and serve a penalty as Boggs comes through for another 4 points. All right. Boggs is coming through on a power jam now and passes the star to Spinelli as the pivot, who will now become the jammer. Spinelli is pushed a little bit out, but is able to get back in and is able to get through to score those 4 points. And here comes Spinelli around. And she is working to break up that pack and is able to make it through for another 4 points as License to Kill comes back in to try and make her way through that Cornfed pack. It looks like she may have scored a couple points. I did notice there was some conversation between the refs happening during that jam, and so I wouldn't be surprised if we see an official timeout. The refs are still talking a little bit, but it looks like they are in agreement, and I don't think there's going to be an official timeout at this point. Our score right now is 131 to 37.
Start with our level 1 aerial class and progress all the way up to
And with that, we do have an official timeout, so they will be discussing something that they noticed in that last jam that might not be going completely the way they were hoping it would. Allie McCurdy, I appreciate your enthusiasm in the chat. We have 83 people currently watching, and I would love to see some love for your favorite team in the chat. Thanks a lot, Allie, for helping us out with rooting for your favorite players, whether they be Cornfed or Naptown. All right, we've got Sarge and Melody Mayhem at the line as your jammers. Melody is working her way through a triad of Naptown blockers and is able to get out with a little spin as your lead jammer. Sarge is trying to push past Rogue and Cosmo, who are blocking together as a duo to hold back Sarge as Melody Mayhem comes through to try and get past those Naptown blockers. She is able to get through for 4 points as Sarge is receiving a little offensive help from number 104 on Naptown. Melody's coming around again as Sarge is able to get out. So Sarge will be coming around to try and score points as Melody makes it through for another 4. All right, Sarge attempts a apex jump and unfortunately is not able to complete it and is recycled back to the back of the pack. As Melody comes through, she's got some Naptown blockers that she is able to push apart to get through for another 4 points. Sarge has got, looks like 4 Cornfed blockers blocking, but Sarge is able to pass the star to Lysis to Kill, who is the pivot, who will put on the star and attempt to score some points. Melody comes through to score 4 points of her own and calls the jam. All right, we have Neurotica for Cornfed and Misadventure for, Neurotica for Naptown and Misadventure for Cornfed. We've got about 7 minutes left in this, actually less than that. Okay, Misadventure is able to get out for your lead jammer as Neurotica is tries to go on the outside and is able to get out on the inside as Misadventure comes through to try and score points of her own. Misadventure right on her heels. Ed is able to do a little bit of a spin on the inside and call the jam before Neurotica can come through and score any points. Right now we have less than 2 minutes left in the first half. Our score is 151 to 37. All right, here we go. We've got Boggs as the jammer for Cornfed, and Boggs is able to get through, and she will be your lead jammer. As it looks like the star has been passed to Rita Repulsa, who is recycled to the back of the pack as Boggs comes through to score some points. Boggs is a little bit of a tumble there as Boggs and a Naptown player have a little collision, and Boggs is able to get through on the outside. Naptown comes back to try and assist Rita to get through the pack, and the pack is pretty much at a standstill on turn 1. And Rita waits for her opportunity to try and make it through and is almost through on the inside line, but is forced to recycle by Cosmo Payne as Boggs comes around on the inside for another 4 points. We've only got about 22 seconds left in the period, so this could be your last jam of this half. Lysis is able to get through as jammer and is going to come through as Boggs sails through for another easy 4 points there. Lysis is attempting to break apart the jamming duo of Cosmo and Rogue. And just as she is able to get through, that means it is now halftime with our score at 167 Cornfed to 41 Naptown. I really appreciate all of the excitement and love in the chat. We are going to take a really quick break, and we will come back probably about 5 minutes before the next half. So we will be back in about 10 minutes to be able to start the second half. Thanks you all for being here. Welcome back to Derby Date Night. We have got about 5 more minutes left until the half is over. I know that I'm really enjoying my Derby Date Night. Here with you again, it is Aria Kidding Me announcing with Seriously. We are here on a date night. We left our kids at home and we're watching a great game between Cornfed Roller Derby and Naptown Roller Derby. We are at halftime. The score currently is 167-41, and I have got Coach Danny Mack with me here right now to talk a little bit how the first half went for Cornfed. How you doing, Danny?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful. That was a good first half.
It was a great first half.
We managed to do everything we wanted to do. There's a couple of things you have kind of checked off in your head when you start a bout, and we've managed to exert our will and do that. Naptown's tough. They've got us, they've got us kind of gassing it at some points, but we're really, we're gelled out there. There's a lot of, a couple of those packs I was saying, there's a mind meld going on.
I can totally see that, yeah.
These players are just dialed in, and it's a good night.
Seems like we've got a lot of veteran skaters back for both teams. I'm recognizing a lot of faces that I've seen before.
We do. Mel is kind of helping anchor that jammer core. She took a year off and has just jumped right back into it. Boggs is having a fine night. Kind of a newbie. I mean, we're talking about the veterans, but to round out that jammer core, Ed has been phenomenal, scoring almost 40 points.
Yeah, it's a brand new skater for Cornfed, right?
Brand new. I mean, not, no Derby experience previously, and just every day grows at practice.
Awesome.
One of those things you like to see. But no, our packs have been tremendous. Cosmo and Rogue leading kind of one side of things. They've just been really, really tuned in. Captain US Amy has got her pack going in the right direction. So it's been, I have no notes, as they say.
That's wonderful. Yeah, Cornfed's looking pretty strong with the score being pretty high. So what's your strategy going into the second half?
We're going to continue to try to lock down on defense. As much as we're scoring, our defense has just been incredible. Final 10 jams of that one, we've only given up 11 points. So continue to keep that focus. We're going to try at least to work some players in, get a little more experience in some other aspects, and see where it goes. But man, are we happy with this.
Absolutely awesome. Well, you guys are doing a great job. I got to let you go. I'm sure to get back to coaching.
Appreciate
Enjoy
it.
a strong second half.
Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. Again, that was Danny Mack, one of the 4 coaches for Cornfed Roller Derby, giving us a little bit of an interview as we get ready to start the second half. Again, we are looking at Cornfed at 167, Naptown currently at 41. I'm real curious to see how this second half goes. As I was saying earlier, it's been a long time since 2020. I'm a former skater myself, and I know that playing a game is a lot different type of conditioning than practice. And these teams have been practicing a lot, but I don't think either of them has played a game like this in a long time. And so really interested to see how the conditioning holds up. The teams have been real strong. The packs have been incredibly strong. Both teams really giving each other a challenge, and this has been quite a physical bout as well. I'm loving all the love in the comments. It looks like there are a lot of people here for Naptown, a lot for Cornfed, and of course, I'm happy to see we've got some fans of Team Zebra, our refs, in the chat, and I really love, Dylan is for all the people. He just hopes everyone has a good time, which that's what we all hope for, right? We're just real excited to be here tonight. The crowd is still as big as it was when we started, which is fabulous. This is definitely a full house. We have got a lot of people here. I see lots of Cornfed jerseys and Naptown jerseys. Being only an hour away, I'm not surprised that this is not just a home crowd. We've definitely got fans from both teams here watching the game tonight. We've only got about 10 seconds left until the start of the second half, and we should have our packs getting ready in just a second.
Second half, we're ready to start here in just a second. Save Games Library Shop is in transition to every local game shop. Stop by and check out their collection of vintage.
Okay, we've got everybody lining up for the beginning of the first jam of the second half. We had a number of penalties in the first half. Skaters are limited to 7 penalties a game, so I don't know how close some of them might be getting to that 7th penalty. Each team is starting with 1 blocker in the penalty box, so there were only 3 blockers per team, and Spinelli is coming out as your lead jammer for Cornfed. First time she started on the jam line. For Naptown, it looks like we've got Rita Repulsa as your jammer, and she is past the star to the pivot as Spinelli comes through to score 4 points. That pivot, Lysis to Kill, is trying to come through. Spinelli's making a decision on whether or not to call the jam as Lysis comes into the pack and scores. She's working to score some points. Spinelli decides not to call and try to make it through for some points of her own. Lysis is through the pack and has scored those 4 points as Spinelli calls the jam.
3 points on the board from that last pass for Spinelli.
The score right now is 174 Cornfed to 45 Naptown. We're going to be starting this next jam with 2 Naptown blockers in the penalty box and 1 Cornfed blocker in the penalty box. So a slight advantage to Sarge, who will be jamming for Naptown. Melody Mayhem will be jamming for Cornfed. Very slow pack at the beginning of this. Melody, looking for some room on the outside, is able to find it and come out as your lead jammer. Sarge is also able to get through the pack, however, on the inside, and will be chasing Melody down as Melody comes through to try and score some points. Melody coming through with Sarge right behind her. She's not going to call the jam, and she's going to let Sarge attempt to score points of his own. Cosmo Payne pushes Sarge to the outside, and he is forced to recycle as the Naptown blockers are coming back into the pack. Melody has scored another 4 points as Sarge attempts to push forward to make it through the pack to score points of his own. Here comes Melody into a full complement of 4 Naptown blockers. Both blocking pods, Cornfed and Naptown, are incredibly strong. The jammers are having a really hard time getting through, and it is stretching the packs out a little bit. Melody is able to break through and score those 4 points as Sarge is able to come out behind her despite being chased down by Cosmo Payne, who almost got there. As both jammers come around the pack almost at the same time to score points. Sarge is pushed out to the outside. The jam is over. We are going to end that jam at Cornfed 188, Naptown 52. Miss Adventure will be jamming for Cornfed, and Neurotica will be jamming for Naptown. Looks like no one is in the penalty box right now, so we get to start with a full complement of blockers for each team. The jam starts as Miss Adventure is trying to push through 2 Naptown blockers and is able to get through on the outside line, while Neurotica is trying to make it through. Naptown is going to come back to try and help Neurotica through, and Neurotica is trying to get through as Miss Adventure comes around that in that first corner and is able to get through for 4 points. Neurotica is pushed to the inside and is assessing the best way to try and get through this pack as Miss Adventure comes through and sees a giant hole on the inside line and is able to take that and score another easy 4 points. Neurotica looking for her pivot, trying to find a pivot to pass that star to or just push that pack forward. Miss Adventure is coming through again. The Naptown blockers were a little bit focused on offense there, and Miss Adventure was able to break up that pack, and as she got out, she had a little bit of a spill, but was able to recover and get out of that pack after scoring 4 points. Neurotica is being recycled to the outside line by Cosmo Payne, who is continuing to hold Neurotica back. Miss Adventure came around for another 4 points. Neurotica's continuing to be held by Daisy Doom and Rogue, as Misadventure's coming around, looking to get through, is able to make it through on the outside line. Neurotica still searching for a way to make it through this pack, trying to find an opening somewhere, decides to play offense, and a big hit on Misadventure as Misadventure came through to try and score more points. She is able to recover and push through those blockers to score 4 more points. Neurotica not able to make much headway during that jam, making a very strong jam for Cornfed, bringing them over the 200 mark to 211 points to Naptown's 52. All right, for our next jam, it looks like we've got Spinelli lining up for Cornfed and Blackout for Naptown. The jam has started, and Blackout is definitely very physically trying to get through, while Spinelli is able to weave her way through on the inside line to get lead jammer. Blackout pushes her way through and is coming right behind Spinelli as she makes a little apex jump for those 4 points. And here comes Blackout to see if she can score some points of her own. Spinelli is going to let the jam continue and is, with an assist from Karma, is trying to make her way through that pack. Spinelli calls the jam. And we are looking at 219 Cornfed and 54 Naptown. All right, we have Rita Repulsa for Naptown up against Melody Mayhem for Cornfed. Looks like we're taking a bit of a split pack strategy here at the beginning. And the jammers are going to have a little bit of room to go before they hit the pack, as Melody is trying to work her way through. There's a bit of collision. However, she is able to recover and get through as your lead jammer. We have a skater down, and we will pause briefly for a injury timeout. Again, we are really grateful to have our medics here. We have Kellen McCormick and Katie Watts here to help us out with any medical issues that might happen. We are currently in the second half of this Season 10 Version 2 opening game of Cornfed Roller Derby versus Naptown Roller Derby. These teams have a very long history and have played each other pretty much since they've started. Cornfed Season 10 was supposed to happen in 2020, but as many of you know, 2020 didn't exactly go as planned. So we will be attempting to have a Season 2 starting tonight with our opener, playing one of the teams that Cornfed has played for a very long time, Naptown Roller Derby. The skater who is injured looks to be doing okay and will be heading back to the bench after getting some good care from the medics. So we should be getting back to the action fairly shortly. Now, if you're enjoying watching this, there's not just one game tonight. There's actually 2. After this game with Cornfed Roller Derby playing Naptown Roller Derby, we will be having a beginner intermediate level scrimmage so that our skaters from those teams and even some other teams around the region will be playing to really just get their skills up to be able to feel what a bout feels like. If you've never tried roller derby, it's hard to jump in with a game at this level, and sometimes it's nice to have a little bit of practice at a different level. So we will be having a second game after this one, so don't hesitate to stick around. All right, looks like we're going to be starting again with Miss Adventure for Cornfed and Rita Repulsa for Naptown. The jam is on and no one is moving. Looks like the jammers have decided to take a little bit of a different strategy here and play a little bit of offense on each other. And as the pack starts moving, Misadventure is able to break apart those blockers and get through as your lead jammer. Rita Repulsa is just pushing as hard as she can to get through, is trying to break up the pack as Misadventure is coming around to try and score some points of her own. The Naptown blockers are not, they weren't quite together there, so Misadventure was able to get through as Rita Repulsa is called on a track cut and will go to the penalty box for 30 seconds, which means this will be a power jam for Cornfed as Misadventure comes through and is called for a track cut of her own. And so she will go back to the penalty box. As soon as she sits, Rita Repulsa will stand and Misadventure will serve that same amount of penalty time that Rita Repulsa did. Now it is a power jam for Rita Repulsa. So this is an opportunity for Naptown to score some points here if Rita can get this pack to stretch out and get her way through. She does not have the star on, so she is able to pass to the pivot if she needs to, or if she can get through, which she just did, she just has to put that star back on her head and in order to score any points. Misadventure is able to get out of the penalty box, and now we do have two jammers on the track as Rita Repulsa comes around to try and score any points that she can, is recycled to the outside. Misadventure comes through, is able to score. It looks like she was able to get through and score some points, but was recycled right at the end there and is also called on a track cut as that jam ends. So Misadventure will be going to the penalty box, a full 30-second penalty. So that will lead to a power jam for Naptown at the beginning of the next jam. Misadventure will have 30 seconds to sit in the penalty box. So it will be interesting to see what Naptown does with this opportunity. Misadventure is joined in the penalty box by one of the Cornfed blockers, so Cornfed will only have 3 blockers on the track as Sarge comes through as your Naptown jammer for this jam. Sarge comes to the inside and tries to break apart the tripod of Cornfed and is able to get through to become lead jammer as one of the Cornfed blockers is called on a penalty. Now there are only 2 blockers for Cornfed. Misadventure is standing, so there are less than 10 seconds in the jam. Rogue is able to push Sarge down and is called on a penalty, so Sarge is able to get back up and get past the one Cornfed blocker that is left. Sarge continues to be lead jammer and is coming around to try and score more points as we've still got a couple Cornfed blockers in the box, and Sarge is able to make it through for another 4 points. As Sarge calls the jam, that was a very successful jam for Naptown. They are going to come out of that jam with 64 points to Cornfed's 231. We will be starting the next jam with, it looks like, 2 Cornfed blockers in the box and 1 Naptown blocker in the box. So we will not have all of our blockers on the track. All right, as the jam starts, it looks like we've got Neurotica for Naptown and Spinelli for Cornfed. Spinelli is able to sneak up that inside line in order to get lead jammer status. Neurotica, working her way through, is able to get past Boggs and is out. And as Spinelli makes a really great little apex hop to get through, Neurotica comes through and is trying to squeeze through on the inside and is unable to get through, so goes to the outside and scores 4 points of her own. Spinelli coming right behind her, coming right through for response with 4 points. Both Neurotica and Spinelli coming through. Spinelli's still lead jammer. Neurotica trying to make it through on the inside, is not able to get through. Spinelli also tried the inside line, but with Neurotica there was not able to get through to score those points. both jammers a little bit stuck in the pack. Spinelli sees an opening that Rogue has created for her on the inside line, is able to get through for that full 4 points. Neurotica currently still in the pack as Spinelli calls the jam, and that jam will end. It looks like finally we have an empty penalty box, I think. We haven't had an empty penalty box for a while, so this next jam will start with 2 jammers and 4 blockers for each team. A timeout has been called by Cornfed. I think that is that the first timeout they've called? The score currently is 243-70. And we've got about 17 and a half minutes of game play left. Looking at the chat, there's a lot of corn cobs in the chat. It's really lovely seeing how much everyone loves some corn. I'm not going to sing the corn song, though. And as you can see on our cameras, we have got Tweety Bird, one of our NSOs. The NSOs need to stand and really signal that we are currently in a timeout. It's one of my favorite jobs to watch, as they have a very important job to do, to make sure to block the track so nobody thinks that the game is happening and can just go out and play. So thanks to Tweety Bird for her hard work. And the timeout is over. Tweety Bird tells us we've got 5 seconds until the jam starts. And another timeout is called right as the whistle blows. Looks like that might be an official timeout, as Ogre is going over to the Naptown bench to chat with them about something. Looks like Ogre was informing one of the Naptown blockers that she actually has received a penalty. So she will go to the penalty box, and a white blocker from Naptown cannot be on the track. So one of the blockers from Naptown is going to go back to the bench, because we now have a Naptown blocker in the penalty box. So this jam will start with 4 Cornfed blockers and 3 Naptown blockers. All right, Ogre looks like still talking to the penalty box, still trying to figure out exactly what's going on with penalties and timing. So while we wait, it looks like we're going to have a dance break on the jam line with both Naptown and Cornfed skaters showing off their dance moves. You can choose who you think is going to win this dance-off. You know, I always love it when the players decide to dance. It'd be nice someday if the refs decided to join in as well, but I don't think so. They take their jobs pretty seriously, but someday maybe the refs will join in on a little dance break too. We are pausing for a little bit longer for track. Okay. Okay, so sorry for that. It looks like we lost the live stream there. So we had an... We're still in timeout here. We've had a team timeout, an official timeout, and now a timeout for track repair. So I don't know of any other kinds of timeouts that we could possibly have. So hopefully that means that we will be getting back to the action fairly soon here with our game of Cornfed 243 and Naptown 70. This has been a very physical game with really strong blocking pods, really good teamwork from both teams working together to not only block the opposing team's jammer, but to also help their own jammer get through to score points.
So is it still down?
I don't know.
I just posted in the event.
All right, we are back to the action here, and we are about to get started with Blackout for Naptown and Melody Mayhem for Cornfed. Melody is coming through. She's got 2 blockers to get through as Blackout is working her way through, trying to get through on the inside line. And Blackout gets pushed to the outside. And Melody gets through on the inside, but picks up a penalty and is going to the penalty box. Blackout also gets a penalty and is headed to the penalty box. So once Blackout sits down, Melody should stand up and be able to go back to the jam. However, because that happened right at the beginning, these two have got a minute and a half that they are both going to need to either serve as the jammer or try and pass that panty to a pivot. This is going to be a long jam without a lead jammer. And Melody is able to get through the pack. I believe that is her first pass, so that was a non-scoring pass. Blackout was able to pass the star to Flipper. So Flipper will be a jammer for the first time tonight as Melody gets through on the outside line to be able to score some points. Flipper comes into the pack to try and score points of her own, is being held back by Cornfed. As Melody comes and gets through the middle of the pack to score some points of her own. Flipper is being recycled to the back of the pack and is trying to find an opening in there as Melody is coming through on the outside, with Flipper still stuck in the pack as Melody gets through for another 4 points. Flipper is also able to get through the pack this time as well. So both jammers are out of the pack, and the blockers are setting up to try and block the jammers as they're coming in. Melody with a big hit on Naptown's 94 is still a little bit stuck in the pack as Flipper gets through, but Melody is able to get through as well, and that will be the end of the jam. With a score currently of 259 Cornfed to 78 Naptown. As I've said earlier, we've got about 15 minutes left in this game, and as I've said earlier, Cornfed has never beat Naptown, home or away. Both A teams have played each other before, and Naptown has always come out a winner. So this would be a really exciting win if Cornfed is able to hold on to this lead and get the win. And the jam has started. Looks like Rita Repulsa is the jammer for Naptown, and Misadventure is jamming for Cornfed. Rita is pushed to the outside and is recycled by Boggs as Misadventure is able to get out of the pack as your lead jammer. Rita is got the star off and is looking for a pivot to pass to, is not able to find one, decides to play some offense on Misadventure as she gets through for another 4 points. Rita is unable to pass the star right now because the pivot is in the box. So even though she has the star off, She can't get through, but she is able to tiptoe dance along the inside line to get out of the pack and will be putting that star back on. Miss Adventure comes behind her and scores 4 points of her own and is coming around the pack as Rita gets to the pack and is working her way through, trying to get around. Amy and Cosmo has a little bit of a spill and gets back up, still working. Now Karma has joined the Cornfed blocking contingent. Rita is able to tiptoe on the inside line again in order to get out as Ed comes right behind her and sweeps her way through the pack as well. That was a high-scoring jam for both teams on that one, and we are looking at Naptown 271 and Cornfed 271 and Naptown 82. Great to see all the love for all the players in the chat. So glad that you all could join us tonight, and hopefully you're enjoying a great Saturday night of roller derby. Lining up again, looks like we have Addie skating for Cornfed, making her way through with Sarge for Naptown right behind. This is Addie's first time jamming for Cornfed today and is gonna attempt an apex jump and immediately call off the jam after that apex jump. Scoring the full 4 points. Sarge is able to steal 1 point. That was a pretty amazing jump and the crowd loved it. Great job, Addie. The crowd is still murmuring about that jump. They definitely enjoyed seeing that. So next jam is getting started with Spinelli as your jammer for Cornfed and Neurotica as your jammer for Naptown. This pack is a pretty slow one. Both jammers really stuck in there. Spinelli breaking apart and is just barely your lead jammer as Neurotica is right behind her. The two will race to see if they can get to the packs, who are trying to get set up to be able to block the jammers as they're coming in. Neurotica gets slowed down, being recycled to the back by Boggs. Spinelli also getting recycled back. And both jammers are trying to get their way through. Spinelli almost through, but pushed to the inside line and is forced to recycle back. Both Spinelli and Neurotica still trying to find openings in these strong blocking walls. Boggs is playing some offense for Spinelli, trying to help her find a hole, and she is able to do so, and Spinelli is through for 4 points. Neurotica hoping to get some assistance from her Naptown blockers, looking for some holes. Now the pack is starting to stretch out as Spinelli is coming around. Amy plays some offense for her to help her get through. And unfortunately, Spinelli is given a penalty and will be heading to the penalty box. Neurotica stuck behind a tripod of Boggs, Kelly, and Karma. Boggs is forced to drop off as the pack is being stretched out. Neurotica continuing to push as hard as she can. Rita Repulsa coming up to try and give Neurotica some help. Unfortunately, Neurotica is pushed and is forced to recycle by Kelly Cloxum. Spinelli is now standing, so she has less than 10 seconds left on her penalty. Neurotica looking a bit tired as that jam is coming to an end and went the full 2 minutes. I didn't even participate in that, and I am tired. That looked like an exhausting jam. Great job from both teams. Very, very hard playing. Spinelli is still in the box. Even though she was standing, I think she's got like maybe 1 or 2 seconds left. So Sarge is going to be your jammer for Naptown and is going to not have very much time because Spinelli is going to come blasting out of that penalty box as soon as she is released. Sarge is able to find space on the outside line and get through as your lead jammer. Spinelli also getting through on the outside as Sarge comes through to try and score some points, comes very hot into the pack, and the pack starts to stretch out as Sarge is working his way through. Spinelli comes through for some points of her own. Spinelli is being forced to recycle. Sarge got through for 4 points and is coming through on another pass as Spinelli does make it out of the pack. Sarge continues as your lead jammer. Right behind Spinelli as the packs are resetting, getting ready for the jammers coming into the pack at roughly the same time. Sarge tries to follow the spot that was made for Spinelli. Spinelli is able to get through, and Sarge is still working to find a hole in that pack. Naptown blockers are trying to help Sarge have broken apart a little bit, and Spinelli is able to find holes to be able to score points of her own. That leaves us with a score of 293 to 96, and we have got a little bit over 8 minutes left to play in this game. But don't worry, those of you who really want to see some more Derby, after this game we will have another game. We will be seeing skaters from both teams play in a intermediate beginner scrimmage. So for skaters who have not had as much time or confidence with the skating and needing some practice, we're going to have another game as Blackout coming through to score or to become your lead jammer as she stretched out the pack in a very physical way of getting through. We have got, for Cornfed, it looks like a new jammer. Grizzly Barrett has not jammed for Cornfed yet tonight, and Grizzly Barrett is able to get out behind Blackout, but not before Blackout scores some points, it looks like. Blackout is currently being sent to the penalty box. As Blackout is being sent to the penalty box, it looks like Naptown has broken the 100 mark. So with the score of Naptown 100 to Cornfed 293. Blackout took a pretty big hit to the face during that jam and looks to be in a little bit of pain, but is still playing at this point. Timeout is being called. I wouldn't be surprised if that was an official timeout because I'm not a ref, but I'm a little confused about some of that. And whenever there's some confusion, we always take a little break to check and make sure everything's okay. All right, so it looks like in the penalty box we have one of our Cornfed blockers, Kelly Clocksum, and we have got the Naptown jammer of Blackout, and Blackout will be serving a full 30 seconds. So this one will start as a power jam for Cornfed. However, it is an official timeout, so you never know how these end. We could have a different combination of people in the penalty box at the end of an official timeout.
We are getting the timeout.
The referees are getting set up to start again. We've got Melody Mayhem jamming for Cornfed. She's been doing a great job tonight, especially returning from She's been enjoying some parenthood and is now back jamming and playing again. A little bit of a false start there on that jam as Melody, I'm not sure why Melody is going to the penalty box on that, but I guess that means Blackout's coming out and will be attempting to make her way through a Cornfed tripod. Blackout is able to get through on the outside as Melody comes out of the box to try and make it through. She busts through a strong pod of Naptown blockers. Melody demonstrates to everyone that she is feeling shame about going to the penalty box at the beginning of that jam. So no hard feelings on that. The score is Cornfed 293 to Naptown 102 with less than 6 minutes left to play in this game. Rita Repulsa for Cornfed, and looks like Rita Repulsa for Naptown and Boggs for Cornfed. Boggs is able to make it through on the outside line. Rita is trying to follow her and is able to get through before Cornfed can reform their blocking trio. Boggs is jumping through on the inside line for 4 points and is able to call that jam before Rita is able to respond with any points of her own.
5 minutes, 16 seconds left in the period.
Just about 5 minutes left to watch some of your favorite Indiana Roller Derby players in our season opener here.
Adderall heading to the line for Cornfed.
Adderall is going to be jamming for Cornfed for the second time tonight, and it looks like she is lining up against Sarge, who has been a pretty consistent jammer for Naptown tonight. The whistle blows, and the jam is on. Addie tries to make it through on the inside line and is pushed out by a Naptown blocker. Sarge is also trying to make his way through. Addie is the one who gets through to be lead jammer. Sarge is trying to break apart the pack as much as possible, still working to make his way through as Addie comes around on a scoring pass, swings to the outside, and is unfortunately forced back by a duo of Naptown blockers. Addie tries to go to the inside line and is not successful. Sarge, meanwhile, is stuck in a very strong, slow-moving tripod of Cornfed blockers. Addie continuing to try to break apart these blockers as Sarge goes to the penalty box. So Cornfed will have a power jam here. Cornfed is trying to figure out how to help Addie get through. They are able to do so, and Addie makes it through for 4 more points, which breaks the 300 mark for Cornfed, who have now scored more than 300 points in this game.
3:33 left in the play.
All right, 3 minutes left in this game.
Adventure heading to the line for Cornfed.
Also, this crowd is just as big as it was when it started. People really enjoying having roller derby back in Muncie. Starting with a power jam for Cornfed. Miss Adventure lining up, getting pushed to the outside by Rita Repulsa. Sarge is standing, so should be coming out of the penalty box soon. Miss Adventure trying to break up that pack, draw it out so that people have to come back, and that means Ed is able to make it through as Sarge comes out of the penalty box right up against a Cornfed wall of blockers. Ed is coming through on her first scoring pass, is pushed to the inside by Rita Repulsa, and unfortunately, it looks like she might have been assessed a track cut, not sure. Nope, she was not. She is able to maintain that lead jammer status and is out of the pack with Sarge out behind her. A big collision, and Miss Adventure is recycled to the back of the pack by Rita Repulsa. Little bit of one-on-one blocking action. The packs are slow but stretching out, and we hit that end of that jam with a score of 308 for Cornfed to 104 for Naptown. We've just got a little bit under 2 minutes left in this jam, which means we could have time for 1, maybe 2 more jams in this game. All right, the jam has started with Melody Mayhem for Cornfed and Neurotica for Naptown. Melody quickly establishing lead jammer status as Neurotica is being held on the inside line and runs into a big hit from Daisy Doom on the outside. Melody coming through on her first scoring pass is able to get around all of the blockers there to score 4 points. Neurotica looking for a way to make it through, looking for some help from her blockers as Melody comes around for another scoring pass, is able to come through the inside line. Neurotica looking for a pivot, still stuck in that pack, trying to find a way out, as Melody looking to score a few more points with only 30 seconds left in this jam. Neurotica is able to make it out of the pack as Melody comes through with another 4 points of her own. Neurotica approaching the pack. Melody still lead jammer, not looking like she's planning on calling it with only 20 seconds left in the game. Melody comes through on the inside line pretty easily for another 4 points, as Neurotica goes to the penalty box, which means we are going to finish this game on a power jam for Cornfed. Big hit, Melody Mayhem. Another 4 points to end the game with a Cornfed victory for the very first time ever. Cornfed has been victorious against Naptown Roller Derby. The team is going to be very excited. Both teams playing incredibly tonight. Such a fabulous game, such strong playing from every single person out there. Being able to watch roller derby again has been just so fun. It's great to see both of these teams play each other again. So many great familiar faces, new talent that is going to be just coming up to make this roller derby continue in Indiana. So excited to see these teams have made it through COVID and are able to come back together, and congratulations on a fabulous win from Cornfed. Please stick around. We do have one more game for you tonight, so we're going to take a short break, but we will be back for our beginner intermediate scrimmage, as well as I think I might even be able to get an interview with Melody Mayhem in just a few minutes. So stick around for some post-game interviews, as well as a beginner intermediate game that will be starting in probably about 15 minutes or so. Not even sure if you can hear me over how loud this crowd is. Thank you all for watching with me, your announcer, Aria Kidding Me, here on Derby Date Night with Seriously. We've had a great time. Maybe we should go check on the kids. See y'all in about 15 minutes. Hello and welcome back to Derby Date Night. We just finished a fantastic game between Cornfed Roller Derby and Naptown Roller Derby. We're about to start our second game, a black and white scrimmage. But before we do, I wanted to take a little bit of time to talk with one of the jammers from Cornfed, Melody Mayhem. Melody, what a great game. How are you feeling after Cornfed just beat Naptown for the first time ever?
Well, thank you, Aria. Hi, everybody. Thank you for watching. I'm waving. You can't see that, but
it's a very
okay.
nice wave. She's very friendly.
I am feeling just happy. I'm tired, of course, but I'm just really happy. It's been a long road for me to come back. 2019, April 2019 was the last bout I played, and then I had babies, and now I'm back.
Yeah, you not only had one baby, but two babies since the last time you played.
Two babies, yeah.
And you looked just as good as ever out there, if not
thank
better.
you.
Very good. How did it feel jamming again?
It was wonderful. Quite frankly, it was like riding a bike.
That's great. I noticed that you had some pretty good offensive help as well. How did it feel skating with so many of your old teammates?
It was fantastic. It's almost like nothing has changed, but so many things has changed. But you know, new skaters, old skaters, we really have come together, and we're a really good camaraderie, and just like we're figuring it out, and like we listen to each other, and if it works, it works, and you know, if it doesn't, we try to make it better the next time.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I know a lot of teams didn't necessarily make it back from COVID. Cornfed and Naptown both have managed to keep their veteran skaters and also get new skaters. Talk to me about how that feels.
That feels really awesome because Derby is such a community. It's hard to describe if you're not a part of the Derby community. We come from all different walks of life, and I know like everybody says that, but it's true, and it's just so unique. And it's nice that through the shutdown and coming back that we were able to keep our league going and bring in new skaters. Like, we're looking for a sense of belonging or something to do.
That's wonderful. And we've had such a huge crowd tonight. I'm sure there are people out there who are wondering, how do I join roller derby? Are you accepting new skaters?
Oh, I really feel like I should know the exact answer to this, but I don't. We are accepting new skaters, and there's something about like coming to, it's either a Monday practice or a Thursday practice.
I bet they could check the Facebook page.
But yeah, check the Facebook page. That's Cornfed Roller Derby. There's definitely information. Send a message. If you can't find any information, we post a lot.
Yeah.
So just send us a message, and one of our lovely board members would get back to you.
That's awesome. And I know you also have been a ref and an NSO,
yep,
which I talked about a little bit during the game. We've got so many people that help us make these happen. So how is it being back to playing again after reffing and NSOing?
It is fantastic. So up until 2019, I was doing all of it, all three. And then when I got pregnant, I just went to NSOing because I didn't really want to be on skates. And then it's so nice to be back in any way that I can be back. I've missed this community.
How did it feel playing a full game? Because I talked a little bit in the stream about conditioning, and I noticed how physical this game was. There were so many big, huge hits, including that giant one at the very end of the game. You had some fabulous moves to get through the pack there. So how's it feel with the conditioning and playing an entire game for the first time in 3 years?
I'm surprised I actually did it. I thought I might just fall on the track. I don't know, because I'm not going to lie, I don't do much conditioning outside of practice like I used to.
Well,
except for running around the living room. Well,
maybe running around after a baby and a toddler has given you the conditioning you need, because you looked fabulous out there. So, well, we're about to start a second game with a black and white scrimmage and some new skaters. I know you and I both used to skate together.
Yeah, and you got me into this thing.
I did recruit you into this. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
It has.
So both of us have played these black and white scrimmage games before. Tell me a little bit about what it feels like as a newer skater about to skate for the first time. I think probably more than half of these skaters have never skated in a game before.
It feels like you're a deer in headlights, to be honest. You're just like, oh my gosh, what do I do? What do I do? And like, you try all these things, and everybody's trying these things. And when you're mixing with different skaters, you have to figure out, when you're out with blockers, as a blocker, you have to figure out, okay, how are we going to work together? Who has strengths? And then as a jammer, you're like, I don't know what my blockers can do. It's a lot of figuring things out, and hopefully that happens quickly.
Yeah, that's really true, because in the last game, a lot of the blocking pods, they block together all the time. They
Yes.
know each other very well.
Yes.
They almost don't even have to talk to each other, right? And with this, they're going to have to figure that out pretty quickly. So, well, thanks for coming around. Thanks for chatting.
Thanks.
And
Oh, I had so much
congratulations
fun. Oh, thank you.
on a well-deserved win. I'm so
Thanks.
proud of you, especially as somebody who I recruited her, and she's doing awesome. So that always feels pretty good. We're so glad to have you here, Melody, and welcome back to the track.
Thank you. Hope you guys enjoy the second game. Thank you.
If you want to stay and announce with me. And welcome back to Derby Date Night. You just heard me finish an interview with Melody Mayhem from the first game. We are just about a minute away from our second game, a black and white scrimmage with newer skaters, intermediate skaters, or just skaters who are still getting their sailor's feet back, or when you're a little wobbly, you gotta just kind of dip your feet back in the water. So tonight we have two different teams that are going to be playing, and I am going to tell you a little bit about the people you're going to be seeing tonight. We have, for the black team, number 1, One Hit Wanda. Number 8, Payne Austin. Number 22, Burke Zerker. Hold on, let me try that one again. 22, Burke Zerker. I love saying that. 28, Debbie Darko. 43, Daisy Doom. 64, Adderall. 77, Goldie Blocks. 90, Rectangle. 222, Eliza Death. 313, Miss Adventure. 610, Alexecutioner. 688, Iron Megan. 1970, Lavender Menace. 4726, Soul Seeker, and number 4, Ivy Brusenia. That team is going to be coached by Kent French and US Amy. Then we have our white team. Number 17, Sky Voltage. 21, Tail Feather. 22, Marie Fury. 24, Mars Madness. 55, Mad Splatter. 57, Robin Daggers. 94, Supernova. 97, Pushin' Boots. 00, Ditzy Dash. 418, Stratter. 777, Helen Killer. 807, Chaos. 5150, Dramatrix. 8029, Morg and Donor. And 205, Ricky Bobby. That team will be coached by Danny Mack and Rogue. Our team black is comprised of mostly corn-fed players with a few guests from Confluence Crush and South Shore. Our white team is a mix of skaters from all around the region. So we've got skaters from Naptown, from, I believe, Fort Wayne, South Shore, all sorts of different teams. So these teams are going to be really trying to get a sense of each other a little bit, especially the white team. The black team is going to be mostly skaters who are skating together with Cornfed Roller Derby. The white team is going to be a little bit more of a mix, and so that'll be something you might be seeing at the beginning of this game, as those players kind of trying to figure out who does what and how do we play together. So should be a really fun game for everyone to watch, and I will be joined shortly by my co-host. I'm very excited to have a co-host for this second game, Melody Mayhem, who you saw playing a lot in the last game. So welcome back again to Derby Date Night. We did check on the kids. As you know, Derby Date Night, we leave the kids at home so we can enjoy an evening of roller derby. We checked on the kids. They said everything is good. No one has No emergencies, as far as I know, have happened yet at home, which is great, which means we can continue being here. Again, I am Aria Kidding Me, your announcer, here with my husband, Sirius Lee, who is serving as technical producer, technical director, tech guy, and guy who, if I click anything wrong, he will somehow fix it. So I'm really enjoying doing this here for our date night. And he works at Ball State University with some of the media students, and he has got some great media students here tonight who are running our cameras. So we have Caitlin, Max, and Kylie, who are all on cameras for us tonight. Caitlin has done camera for us once before, but for Max and Kylie, it's their first time. And Kylie came up to me after the last game and let me know that she is really interested in this thing called roller derby. So not only do we recruit camera people, we also recruit roller derby players. So hopefully, maybe she'll really enjoy this second game, and we might see her out on the track during our next one. Now, the game should be starting soon. We are at time, but the Cornfed, or the black team, it looks like, is still warming up, so we might be starting a little bit later. So we're just going to take a quick pause for a couple minutes as we wait for this next game to start. As you get to know each other in the chat, let each other know. Are you here to see somebody specific? Are you looking to root somebody on, or are you just here to watch a good old game of roller derby? All right, welcome back. We still have not yet started our second game, but I found another person to interview.
Hey!
So I am here with the Jessie Fisher, who skates for Team Indiana and also Circle City Roller Derby. However, the way I know her is because we used to both skate for Cornfed Roller Derby.
I was going to say Cornfed OG.
Yes, and Jessie is one of the original members of Cornfed Roller Derby. I used to know her as Juke Skyblocker a long time ago.
Yeah, and then I stopped blocking and lost the blocker.
No, I have not seen you block for a long time.
It's a thing I like to do, but I don't get the privilege of doing often. But when I do, I get very excited and get lots of penalties. Whoops.
It happens sometimes.
I don't know what I'm doing.
So we were streaming our last game, and the viewers have seemed to really enjoy it. Tell me what was one of your favorite moments in that last game?
Oh my God. Okay, Melody Mayhem back on the track. I lost my mind. That's one of my Derby wives. I was so excited to see her play. She was nervous about coming back after having babies, and oh my God, like so good. I screaming my mind off. I mean, seeing also like my Team Indiana teammates from both sides, I was just cheering for everyone, and I was like, roller derby. Yeah. So I mean, it was just such an exciting game and so physical, and I love to see Derby happening again, and to be able to watch Derby and not have to play and just be really like stoked to see people out there like doing great. It was so exciting.
And as you probably know as well as I do, Cornfed has never beat Naptown, and this was the very first time. How does that make you feel? As
I know how big of a deal that is. Yes, I mean we beat the Bells a few times, but never like Naptown's best. So to, as an organization, be able to pull that out, I'm so proud of Cornfed and what they're able to accomplish, and like just so happy to see it.
The little team that could, right?
Yes.
Well, we're just so glad to have you here, and thanks for taking a few minutes. I also wanted to ask you a little bit about if people are interested in watching Team Indiana at Battle of the All-Stars. Can you tell us a little bit about the dates and things like that?
Yeah, actually, so before Battle of the All-Stars on February 4th, Team Indiana and Team Michigan are going to be playing in Mishawaka.
Oh, that'll be fun.
So that's coming up, February 4th. And then in March, I think it's the 15th through 18th. I'm bad at numbers.
Somewhere in the middle of March.
Team Indiana is heading to Scranton, Pennsylvania, the Electric City. And we are so excited to represent the state for the first time and hopefully like win some games and like do great and play some good roller derby. That'll all be streamed so everybody can watch that from home, or if you want to travel to Pennsylvania, do it. Yeah.
That would be great. Your team was looking so great when we live streamed the Team Indiana versus Team Indiana game. And if you are still wanting to see some derby after this, you can see that on our video history. You can watch that game and start to get to know Team Indiana a little bit more as they are getting ready for Battle of the All-Stars. So we definitely encourage you to tune in and root for Team Indiana as you get ready for the Battle of the All-Stars.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining me. I'm so glad that you were able to take some time and talk with us, and looking forward to a really great second game here.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see some of these new skaters play, and I just want to say shout out to Muffin, Jan, and Kelly who are listening.
Yes, I've seen some comments from some of our dearest friends, and it just makes me so happy. It feels like you guys are all here with us, and we just love seeing you all in the comments, and maybe we'll get to see you all skating again soon. Those of you who skate in the comments.
Hey-oh, yeah. Thank you, Aria.
Thank you, Jessie. Thank you. No. All right, so as we get ready to start our next game, our Team Black versus Team White, right now the teams are being introduced, but I would like to reintroduce you to our skating officials and our referees. This is not something that people like do for a full-time job. This is something that people do because they just like it and enjoy it. And so we want to definitely recognize those referees and skating officials who come and support us as we in order to help make roller derby happen. So tonight for our skating officials, the ones in these stripes, our zebras, our referees on skates, that would be Bambi Lance, Moz Ref, Ogre, Pure Poly, Richie Cranium, Shenanigans, and Bon Appetit. We've also got our non-skating officials who are really responsible for making sure that we are counting the score correctly and doing all of the fun data things that they need to do. We've got Bethley, Crash Bandy Oops, Eggs Benedict, Galvatron, Heatham, Kill C Grammar, Marin, Mr. Bruise Guy, Ranger Danger, Silken Tofu, Tweety Bird, and Wild Irish Rose. Our medics are Kellen McCormick and Kitty Katie Watts. And again, for this second game, we are looking at a Team Black, which is mostly comprised of corn-fed skaters. So these are skaters who are maybe, you know, some of them might be new, some of them might be needing to get a little bit of experience. This is a chance for some skaters who maybe don't, you know, play as much during that first main corn-fed game to get a chance to play a little bit more, or even play a different position maybe if they want to learn how to play something different. And then our other team, Team White, is a mashup of a lot of different skaters from a lot of different teams. And so they may not have skated together before, so they're going to have to figure it out pretty quick. But they are also here to learn and have fun. A lot of times these second games that happen after the first game are a great opportunity for skaters to really hone in on their skills and to just have a great time.
Number 22, Marie Fury. Number 4, Lonnie Strader. Number 5150, Drama Matrix. Number 55, Mad Splatter.
As we get ready for the second game, for those who are not aware, each game is comprised of 2 30-minute halves with a 15-minute intermission in between. The way roller derby works is it happens in jams, which are up to 2 minutes of derby playtime. And as we get started, you'll notice that we have 4 blockers from each of the 2 teams out on track, as well as 1 jammer from each of the team. The jammer will wear a star on their helmet indicating they are the jammer. The person with the jammer star on is the only person who can score points. What will happen when the game starts is the whistle will blow. The blockers will play both offense and defense, helping their jammer get through and trying to block the other jammer. Once one of those jammers gets through first, they will become the lead jammer, which means they control when that jam ends. Once they've gone around and pass more people, once they pass skaters from the other team, that will be 1 point per skater that they pass. Their goal is to score more points than the other jammer. That's kind of how roller derby works. I just made it sound so simple, but it's really not that simple. But the main point is watch the one with the star on their head. They score the points, and everybody just has fun. Looks like we are just about ready to start our first jam. Adderall, who played in the last game, will be your jammer for Team Black, while Sky Voltage will be your jammer for Team White. And the jam has started. Adderall is able to get through on the inside line, and Voltage tries to get through on the outside, is blocked by Debbie Darko, goes to the back of the pack and is going to try again as Adderall comes through and is able to come around on the outside line for 4 points. Sky Voltage is going to try to get through on the outside, is blocked by Payne Austin, and comes around to the inside to get through as Addie makes a sweep to the outside and is able to get through to score another 4 points, bringing the total to 8 as Sky Voltage is coming around on her first scoring pass. Addie is going to call off the jam. However, Sky Voltage was able to score 1 point to Addie's 8. So we are off to a great start with black team at 8 points and white at 1. All right, next jam we have got, it looks like, Ditsy Dash for Team Black and Mars Madness for Team White. Mars Madness trying to use her shoulders to get through the Team Black pack. Both packs are moving pretty slowly. A penalty has been assessed. Ditsy Dash is able to get through as your lead jammer as Chaos heads to the box with a penalty. Mars Madness still trying to make her way through a blocking contingent. One hit Wanda pushes her into the inside, and as Ditsy Dash comes through to try and get through the pack, sees an opening on the inside and is able to sweep into the inside to score 4 points for Team Black. Both Ditsy Dash and Mars Madness are out of the pack. Ditsy Dash ahead as lead jammer, trying to score some points. Ditsy Dash calls the jam, bringing Team Black up to 16 points. It looks like White was unable to score any points in that jam. All right, for this next jam, we have Ricky Bobby for Team White and Berserker for Team Black. Berserker it manages to get past Chaos, but also is called on a track cut, which means that Ricky Bobby will be your lead jammer and has an opportunity to score some points here. Team Black trying to figure out what their strategy is going to be as Berserker finds as Ricky Bobby finds an opening on the outside and is able to get through on this power jam as Berserker sits in the penalty box. Ricky Bobby coming through again to try and score some more points, comes up against a strong Black pack, gets through on her knees and calls the jam after scoring some points. There is going to be an official timeout after that jam. Something with the points or something that happened has led to an area of confusion, so they're just going to check that out and see what happened. Currently, the score stands at 16 points for Team Black and 5 points for Team White. Looks like we've got a fairly full penalty box right now. We have a blocker from Team White in the penalty box, as well as a blocker from Team Black in the penalty box. And standing in the penalty box is the jammer from Team Black, Berserker, I believe. So Team White will be starting this jam on a power jam. And we are back to the action. With Sky Voltage on a power jam, tries to make it through on the inside line and is able to get through and is your lead jammer as Berserker is coming out of the penalty box, trying to get through a Team White group. Sky Voltage looks for an opening on the outside and is pushed to the back. Two refs simultaneously call Sky Voltage on a track cut. I usually don't hear them in unison, but she is going to go sit in the penalty box for 30 seconds, while Berserker, who is not the lead jammer, has just scored 4 points of her own. And Berserker's coming through to try and take advantage of this power jam and get through Team White, looking for a little bit of offense from her team. She's able to find it and gets through for 4 points. Both teams trying to get reset and ready with this power jam, figuring out what their strategy is. Berserker coming up against a strong white pack, looking for some help from the black team to get through here. However, Sky Voltage is back in for the white team, so the black team blockers will need to try and hold Sky Voltage as they are now out of the pack. Both jammers having a little bit of trouble getting out here. A couple penalties being assessed. Berserker is now headed to the box, so Team White, Sky Voltage, has an opportunity here with a power jam. Trying to find some help from 55. Sky Voltage is looking for an opening. She is able to find it and score those 4 points as Berserker watches from the penalty box. All right, Berserker's still in the penalty box, which means this next jam will be a power jam for Team White. This is a great opportunity for Team White. They are down, I can't do math very well. They're down at least 10 points from Team Black and will now have an opportunity, hopefully, to get lead jammer. And if you can do math better than me, you 12. Okay, 12 points. That's what I need a technical director for. The jam has started, and Mars Madness, as your white jammer, is pushed to the inside and trying to get through to establish that lead jammer status as a black blocker is headed to the penalty box. She is able to get out as Berserker gets out of the penalty box and is coming through. This is going to be Berserker's just trying to get through. No points scoring there. Team White is on a scoring pass and will be attempting to make some points. She is pushed to the outside by one-hit Wanda, who recycles her to the back of the pack. Berserker is able to get out of the pack. So this next pass where Berserker comes through will be a scoring pass. Mars Madness makes it out, but falls and is assessed a... Nope, she did not get a penalty. She called the jam off after scoring some points. 4 points for Team White. So Team White is at 15 and Team Black is at 23, which is a difference of 8. See, I can do some math. It's just not as easy as the last math I had to do. All right, next jam has started. Alexecutioner is jamming for Team Black and Ricky Bobby for Team White. Alexecutioner gets through as your lead jammer. Ricky Bobby still working to get out of the pack, being held by Goldie Blocks and Daisy Doom as Ivy Bruzania takes, it looks like, a hit to the face and also might be headed to the penalty box. Ricky Bobby still trying to get out of that pack, trying to find her way out. She's having a hard time getting through. Makes it past that last blocker, is able to get out. Alexecutioner on a scoring pass. As Ricky Bobby comes around to try and score points of her own, Alexecutioner calls the jam so that she is unable to score, leaving us with a score of Team Black at 27 and Team White at 15. Team Black is calling a timeout. Looks like there was possibly an injury, possibly a loss of a toe stop. And the penalty box is looking a little full right now. We have two blockers from the white team and one blocker from the black team in the penalty box. 2 of them are sitting, which means they will be sitting for at least 10 seconds. So we will start down some blockers in the next jam.
Check out the merch table for all your Cornfed Roller Derby swag, including the new logo. And don't forget to vote
Okay, looks like we are getting ready to get started again.
time, or at least the voting will end at halftime. So be sure to get your votes in to both bouts. Thank you again to all our sponsors for making tonight happen. And thank you again to the Delaware County Fairgrounds.
Maybe not. The team was ready, but the officials were not. And we want to respect our officials and make sure that they have all the time they need. And that is the time that they needed. So we will be getting started again. Adderall for Team Black with Supernova jamming for the first time as Team White. And easy on the outside. Addie just comes right through to establish lead jammer. Supernova trying to make her way through as Addie finds a hole on the inside line to get through. Supernova trying to get through on the inside is forced to recycle as Addie comes through for another scoring pass. Supernova being held by one lone black team blocker who is called on a penalty and is forced to go to the penalty box. Currently, Black has 2 blockers with White's, I think, 2. The penalty box is very full as Addie just keeps coming around and around scoring points. I think, yes, Supernova is now out of the pack. So both jammers are out of the pack, and the packs are very small with so many people in the penalty box. Addie comes through for another 4 points with Supernova behind her, trying to score some points of her own. Each team currently has 2 blockers on the track as Addie comes through again. Supernova trying to find a way through is pushed to the inside by Daisy Doom and is being forced to recycle. Oh, and we are going to pause for an injury timeout. And we are back. Thank you for your patience as we dealt with a medical situation. We are back to the action here with Ricky Bobby and Adderall as your jammers. A quick lead jammer established by Adderall. Ricky Bobby trying to make it through, is able to stretch out the pack enough to get out as Addie comes through to try and score her first set of points, and she is able to make it through for 4 points. Ricky Bobby trying to score some points of her own and takes a hit from Soul Seeker and is recycling back, while Addie quickly skates through on the inside to score 4 points of her own. Ricky Bobby is working her way through the pack, starting to stretch the pack out. Soul Seeker pushes her to the inside line, and Ricky Bobby is forced to recycle. Addie coming into the pack again is called on a track cut and is going to be going to the penalty box, which means this is going to be a power jam for Ricky Bobby. However, Ricky Bobby looks like she has taken a hit to the head, and we are going to stop for a medical timeout. So when that jam ended, Addie had just gone to the penalty box as the jammer. So this next jam will start as a power jam for the white team. Mars Madness will be jamming for the white team, and Addie is in the penalty box as the jammer for the black team. Mars is attempting to stretch out the pack, is able to get through on the inside line, and will be your lead jammer. She will be coming around to try and score some points before Addie is released from the penalty box. Both teams setting up. White team trying to help out Mars as she attempts to make her way through the pack. Addie is now out of the penalty box and coming through. She is going to try to make it through the white team, and she is able to do so on the inside line. She is not lead jammer. Mars is able to score 4 points and will let Addie try to get through to score some points of her own as Mars is coming around to try and score. Trying to split apart the black team blockers. She is now calling the jam. score is currently 24 Team White, 66 Team Black. Elizabeth will be jamming for Team Black and Sky Voltage for Team White. Elizabeth trying to break apart two white jammers. However, she falls but is able to get back up and come through on the inside line to establish herself as lead jammer. Sky Voltage trying to push their way through the pack is able to get through, and both jammers are now out of the pack. Elizabeth is coming through and finds a very easy hole on the inside line. Easy 4 points. Sky Voltage behind her. Soul Seeker sees her and tries to push her to the inside and is unable to push her out, so she will score 4 points of her own. Both jammers coming around to try and score points. Elizabeth decides to call the jam. We have Berserker for Team Black and Supernova for Team White. This jam starting off a little bit slow until Supernova finds a hole on the inside, but Ed Venture sees her and pushes her to the outside. While that's happening, Berserker sees an opening on the inside line and is able to establish herself as lead jammer. Not sure what happened, but Supernova is now headed to the penalty box, which means that there will be a track cut. There will be a lead jam now for Berserker to see if she can establish some points. She tries to get through on the inside line, but gets hit by Chaos, who forces her to recycle back, and she is going to now try again, hoping for a little bit of help from her black team teammates. Goldie is able to give her some room on the inside line for her to get through. Supernova is now standing, so her penalty will be over soon. Berserker trying to score some more points. In the meantime, trying to break apart that white pack, trying to see if she can get them to separate a little bit so she can get through. She is able to get through for 4 more points as Supernova comes back in. The black team ready to defend with a tripod as Berserker comes around to see a opening on the inside line, so she is able to get through and score 4 more points as Goldie Blocks is sent to the penalty box. So currently, Berserker will not have a pivot. However, she hasn't needed one so far this jam. A little bit of confusion in both packs as Berserker comes around, continuing to try and break apart this pack. Ivy Bruzania giving her a little bit of offensive help. White team is able to reform their tripod, not able to get through. Berserker calls the jam. Our next jam will start with a few people in the box. It looks like we have I think Supernova ended up in the box for that one, so we will be down a jammer, which means black team will have a power jam to start this game. Okay, we've got Alexecutioner jamming for Team Black. Supernova in the penalty box for Team White. Alexa is able to get out of the pack, and she is going to try to come around and score before Supernova can get through the pack on her own. Here comes Alexecutioner, followed quickly by Supernova. Alexa is on a scoring pass. She is able to break apart the 2 white blockers that she is up against to get through. Supernova is being held by the black blockers, trying to get some offensive help as Alexecutioner comes around to try and get through on the inside. She is called on a back block and will be headed to the penalty box. So that means there is now a power jam for Supernova. Supernova looking for a little bit of help from the white team, who are able to help her out, giving her some room on the inside line to be able to get through. This is a good opportunity for the white team to potentially score some points, while the black team has both a jammer and a blocker in the box. Supernova coming around, hoping for some help from her teammates as One Hit Wanda pushes her to the outside and forces her to recycle to the back as the black team reforms their blocking tripod. Supernova trying to tear that tripod apart as best as she can, is having a rough time. Alexecutioner coming out of the box and immediately finding some room on the outside to get through as that black team blocking quad is doing a great job of holding Supernova as Alexecutioner comes around again on another scoring pass for another 4 points. Supernova trying to find any holes anywhere in this very strong wall of blockers. She is unable to do so, and the jam ends. White did pick up a few points on that one. 31 points for Team White. Nope. Wait, it said 31. Now it says 29. So maybe not. Team White at 29 points and Team Black at 98. And my technical director is currently laughing at me, which I don't think he's supposed to do. This is supposed to be date night. Remember? Derby date night. All right. Mars Madness for Team White and Daisy Doom for Team Black. Mars Madness quickly getting through to establish lead jammer. Daisy Doom getting pushed to the outside, forced to recycle as Mars Madness comes through on her first scoring pass. Daisy Doom called on, I think, a track cut, is going to go to the penalty box, which means this is a great opportunity for Team White to score some points. The pack starts moving fairly quickly with Team White trying to help out Mars Madness as much as they can. Mars Madness is able to get through, getting a little bit of applause from her teammate, Tailfeather, saying, "You got this." And Mars Madness comes around to try and score another 4 points as Daisy Doom is now standing in the penalty box. All Mars Madness has to do is make it through this blocking duo of Debbie Darko and Addie. She is pulling them apart and is able to come out. Ed Venture sees her coming and gives her a big push, but she is able to stay inbounds to score those 4 points. Daisy Doom is now out of the box and attempting to make her way through. She is up against Chaos, who pushes her out, and she is still trying to make her way through. She is able to do so with a little spin and gets out of the pack. Mars Madness, meanwhile, has scored 4 more points of her own and calls the jam before Daisy Doom can score any points. Addie took a big hit there, taking a second to kind of just get her bearings. Thank you, Vanessa. Burke Seeker. I am having the hardest time with her name, so I'm going to go with Burke Seeker. Thank you. Okay, so for Team Black, we've got Burke Seeker, and for Team Black and Sky Voltage for Team White. Burke Seeker able to stretch that pack out to establish lead jammer. Sky Voltage still trying to find a hole, looking in the inside. She is being forced to recycle back by Ivy Bruzania as Burke Seeker comes through to try and score some points of her own. She sees an opening on the inside, is unable to keep that open as Sky Voltage, trying both outside and inside, is unable to find room and is sent to the penalty box. Burke Seeker coming around. It is now a power jam for Team Black as Sky Voltage will be sitting in the penalty box for the next 30 seconds. Burke Seeker is going to try to stretch out this pack. Found a little offense from One Hit Wanda, continuing to stretch out that pack. And she is able to get through for those 4 points. I'm seeing that it is low 97 White, her first match. There are so many skaters out here, and it is such a special time when you get to do your first match as Burke Seeker comes through for another 4 points. Sky Voltage is coming out of the penalty box. Great job to all the newer skaters out there. These matches are such a great opportunity for skaters to really be able to start honing their skills. And a lot of times there are some more experienced skaters who will kind of help them out with this. So they'll go out maybe in a pack with a few other more advanced skaters who can really help them out and gain that confidence in being able to play. It's a very hard game to play. And when you are playing, so much is happening all at once. All right, we've got Executioner for Team Black and Pushin' Boots for Team White. Pushin' Boots pushing her way through, is able to get out, has a little bit of a slide, and both Ed Venture and Daisy Doom chase her down to try and get her back in, but she's able to get out and establish lead jammer. Executioner still trying to make her way through the pack as Pushin' Boots comes around on her first scoring pass. Daisy Doom forcing her to recycle to the back of the pack as Executioner is coming through for her first scoring pass. Pushin' Boots gets through for those 4 points with Executioner not able to score any of her own before the jam is called off. Putting Team Black above the 100 mark, we are looking at 110 points for Team Black versus 47 points for Team White. If any of you all know anybody else who is playing in their first match tonight, go ahead and give them a shout out in the comments. It looks like Berkseeker is jamming again. I thought she just jammed for Team Black, and Mars Madness for Team White. There was looks like a pass to the pivot. So Robin Daggers is now the jammer for Team White, while Berkseeker comes through to try and, she is on a scoring pass being held by the white blockers, and Robin Daggers coming through on her first scoring pass after Berkseeker is able to get out. Okay, both jammers in the pack, both being held by the blockers. Berkseeker finds some room on the inside line and is able to get out of the pack. And a track cut is called on Robin Daggers, so Robin Daggers will sit in the box along with one other white blocker, so that Berkseeker is able to get through on the outside line, scoring 4 more points for Team Black. And it is Derby date night, but that also means that our kids might be calling. We have got a child calling us right now, so I'm going to let you enjoy the action for a minute while we deal with the kids. All right, we are back, and Daisy Doom is your lead jammer. Robin Daggers is now out of the penalty box and through the pack as well. Daisy on a scoring pass here. Daisy pushing her way through. She just needs to get past Chaos. A no pack is called, and Chaos has to let Daisy through. Robin Daggers coming behind Daisy to score some, also on a scoring pass. Daisy calls the jam. And a timeout has been called by Team White. Okay, Vanessa, it looks like it's Berkseeker. We're going to spend this whole game, and by the end, I'm going to be saying it correctly. Berkseeker. Got it. Also, Derby date night is back on. The kids are okay. The dog was hungry. That's a big emergency, I guess. We are currently in a timeout, but it looks like we've got another new skater, Rectangle, number 90, also playing in their first match tonight. Oh, we've got some viewers from Pennsylvania. If you want to shout out where you are from, let's see if we can figure out who is watching from the furthest away from Indiana. We have a little bit under 2 minutes left in the first half. So 1, maybe 2 more jams in this half, depending upon how things go. 2, maybe 3. All right. Executioner jamming for Team Black and Sky Voltage jamming for Team White. Executioner finds a hole on the outside and is able to get through. Sky Voltage is trying to find a hole, but is pushed to the outside by one hit Wanda and forced to recycle. Executioner coming through on a scoring pass. Little bit of a dust up and is able to recover and get out of the pack to score those 4 points. Sky Voltage still trying to make their way through, is able to get through on the inside line. Executioner coming through on another scoring pass. Calls the jam before Sky Voltage can score any points. All right, 1 minute, about 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the first half. Currently our score is 138 Team Black, 51 Team White. The jam has started. Chaos is the jammer for Team White, coming out to establish lead jammer. Berserker coming behind her is going to be trying to score some points of her own. Chaos is able to make it through and score 4 points. Berserker approaches the pack and is able to get through the white blockers to score 4 points of her own. Chaos coming through, looking to find a hole, is able to find it on the outside line to score 4 points. Berserker trying to respond in kind. Looking for a hole on the inside, is able to get there and scores 4 points of her own. Chaos getting through that pack again for 4 more points. This is a high scoring jam as we are winding down to the end of the period with only 20 seconds left until the end of the first half. Berserker getting stuck just a little bit. Chaos also in the pack. One of these jammers is going to emerge. Berserker just pushing those 2 last blockers, trying to spread that pack apart, is able to find some room on the inside line and get through. Chaos also, we are now at intermission. We will stop for 15 minutes and we will return and be back with you shortly. Team Black currently at 150 points to Team White 67. And welcome back to the conclusion of Derby Date Night. We are about to start the second half of the Team Black, Team White beginner intermediate scrimmage. And I am joined by Melody Mayhem, one of your jammers for Cornfed Roller Derby, who played in the first game.
Hey, everybody.
So we are going to talk to you a little bit about what's happening on the track, as well as a little bit of flavor, just telling you a little bit about roller derby tonight as we finish up Derby Date Night. We are looking at Team Black with 150 points and Team White with 67, about to get started for the second half.
All the goofing off, and I still have 10 seconds to spare.
Okay, my technical director is telling me that I am not talking enough. So I guess part of Derby Date Night is listening to my date. So I'm going to listen to him, so I will talk more. Melody, are you excited for the second half?
Oh, yeah, I'm real excited. It's nice to get to just watch roller derby.
I know, isn't it? You don't have to think as much. You have to think so hard when you're out there. All right, the jam has started. We've got Executioner for Team Black and Mars Madness for Team White. Slow packs to start this jam, both facing very strong walls. Penalty is called on Chaos 807, and Executioner is going to the back of the pack to try to get through again, but Mars Madness is able to get out of the pack as your lead jammer. Executioner gets past the white blockers and is following her out of the pack. Let's see if Executioner can score any points before Executioner gets through to score any points of her own. And she calls the jam, but not before getting a few points. So that will take Team White up to 68.
That was a forearm penalty on Chaos.
Thank you. See, that's why I have Mel here. I just say penalty in general. She'll tell you what kind.
We got a tag team. We got to work together.
We do. And you also are a ref, and so you can give us some of that, the ref knowledge that you have, and help us, especially with those penalties.
Sure.
I just wish you could count them for me. That would be really helpful.
I should have been here from the start then.
All right, Berserker is Team Black Jammer, and Sky Voltage for Team White. Berserker is getting out right through the middle of two of those white blockers, is your lead jammer. Sky Voltage also able to get through on the inside line.
6'4" Adderall is going to the box for a failure to reform.
Berserker coming through, trying to score some points, calls the jam. Let's see if she scored any points before she called that jam. I don't think she did. 1.
2. It's a 2.
2. All right, looks like we have Ricky Bobby and Eliza Death as your jammers for this jam. Is the penalty box empty? No, Addie's still in there as the pivot for Black.
Correct.
All right, Eliza Death is able to get through as your lead jammer, while some penalties are being called as Ricky Bobby is trying to make her way through the pack. She gets pushed out by Ivy Bruzania as Eliza Death comes through to score a easy 4 points.
That penalty
Ricky Bobby is able to find space on the inside line.
That penalty was awarded to Daisy Doom for a failure to reform.
Eliza Death calling off the jam, but not before scoring a couple points. Looks like 4 more points, taking Team Black to 160 and Team White 68. Looks like we have 2 blockers in the box to start this jam. Is that right, Mel?
1 black and there's 1 white, but I don't know why the white pivot went to the box.
I didn't see that one happening.
We have
Okay, Team White, Mars Madness quickly coming out for lead jammer, followed closely by Executioner. All right, Mars Madness finding her way on the outside for 4 points, followed by Executioner. And there is a penalty being assessed to Executioner, the black team jammer, as Mars Madness comes through for 4 points. What was that penalty, Mel?
That was for a back block. You don't want to do that.
All right, so Team White has an opportunity with this power jam as Mars Madness has scored another 4 points. Team White looking to make up some points here while they've got a power jam with Executioner in the penalty box. Looks one hit Wanda was able to push Team White out, and as she was trying to recycle, looks like she got a penalty of her own.
That was a directional. So she tried to hit the wrong way.
And Mars calls the jam after Executioner stands. So this next jam will be there's an opportunity here for White because we have 3 people from the black team in the penalty box right now, a pivot, a blocker, and a jammer. They should call that something.
That is like Yahtzee.
Right? You have a pivot, a blocker, and a jammer.
Yeah.
It's like you should get like bonus points.
You should. Lavender Menace is in the penalty box. Not sure why they went there.
Lavender Menace is also skating in their first bout today.
That is very true. So are many of the skaters on black.
All right, Sky Voltage taking advantage of this power jam, quickly establishing lead jammer. Executioner is out of the pack, is out of the penalty box, trying to get through the pack as she stretches it out. Sky Voltage coming through on a scoring pass, is trying to break up the 2 blockers that are out there, is able to do so, and scores 4 points, while Executioner is coming through on her first scoring pass. Sky Voltage calls off the jam before Executioner can score any points.
You know, I don't think you can tell it, but this is Executioner's first bout.
Really?
And I believe she hasn't started skating. The first time she put on skates, I believe, was November.
Okay, that is crazy.
Yeah.
That is very, very, I mean, that's a skill. Most people take a year to be able to skate in their first bout.
Yes.
That's great.
She has worked her butt off.
Okay, jam is on. We've got Burke Cirker for Team Black and Ricky Bobby for Team White. Burke Cirker getting out quickly to lead jammer status. Ricky Bobby trying to make their way through the pack. It is a very crowded road right there on the inside line. Burke Cirker comes through.
Ooh, fancy footwork
finds
there.
Some space on the outside line to pick up 4 points. Ricky Bobby still trying to make her way out of the pack. Takes a big hit from Misadventure and is forced to recycle, and she comes in front of Misadventure, which should lead to a penalty, unfortunately. So,
Chaos is also in the box. I'm not quite sure why she got there.
So now Burke Cirker has an opportunity with a power jam as Ricky Bobby is reporting to the penalty box. She makes it through for 4 more points on the board. However, I believe she just got called on a forearm penalty, so she is going to go to the box. The pack is going to wait for a minute because these jammers are about to trade places. Melody, you know what that's like. I think I saw that happen a couple times
Just
in
a
the last
smidge.
game.
Yeah, so those points are going to be on hold because that forearm happened right at the back of the pack, so that wasn't quite complete.
All right, Ricky Bobby out of the penalty box. This jam has about 30 seconds left to go, so let's see if Ricky Bobby can score any points.
And Berserk is back out on the track.
Great. Both of them having opportunities to score points here. Ricky Bobby trying to make it through.
Ooh.
Debbie Darko and Misadventure. A little bit of a pile up there, but Berserker is able to push their way through for 4 points. Ricky Bobby getting held by a strong contingent of black team blockers who are going to force her to recycle back as the jam comes to an end. Yeah, that jammer swap happened quite a few times in the last game, and I don't see that happening like multiple times in a game usually.
It is kind of a rare thing. I think we're all just getting our feet back in, getting wet on the track, just figuring it out.
That makes total sense, absolutely. I mean, I was talking a little bit in the last one about conditioning too, because we just aren't in, derby form. But I don't know. I think all these skaters look like they are perfectly in derby form. As Elizabeth is out as your lead jammer for Team Black. Mars Madness working to make her way through for Team White. Looking at the inside line, almost makes it through, takes a hit from Goldie, is forced to recycle as Elizabeth is coming through for her first scoring pass, trying to... Yeah, was that a track cut? I thought that was a track cut on Elizabeth.
Yes, a track cut. We've got the helmet cover in White's hand.
So Mars Madness is going to look for a pivot to pass that helmet to, and is able to do it. So Strader is going to be your jammer for Team White. Strader looking for some help from the white team blockers. Trying to take some opportunity from this power jam as Elizabeth is going to be returning to the action. Did I hear back block? I heard some sort of penalty for someone, but I don't know if it was for the jammer.
Heard a whistle.
Looks like that was a black team blocker going to the box as Elizabeth is able to make her way through to score 4 points. Strader getting recycled to the back, it looks like, by one hit Wanda.
Lavender Menace is our player in the box.
Oh. A little bit of a hit as Elizabeth is forced to recycle. Let's see if she can get those 4 points before this jam comes to an end. She is able to.
Elizabeth picking up 4 more points right before the end of the jam.
Good timing.
187-80.
We've talked about skaters this kind of being their first jam. Miss Adventure, she's joined Cornfed our last season, but we didn't have any games. So this is really the first time that she's bouted.
Right, yeah, I think this is the first official Cornfed game, and Miss Adventure was one of the main blockers in the first game.
Jammer.
Yeah.
So she's getting some blocking out here in the second game.
All right, for Team Black, we've got Executioner and Team White, Sky Voltage. They come out of the pack with lead jammer status, I believe. Yep. As Executioner continues to try to make her way through the pack, she is up against Unraveled Chaos and, takes a skate to the nose and is able to get back up and keep skating. I am incredible toughness out here. Sky Voltage still coming around, looking to score some points. Executioner, the toughest skater I think I've ever seen.
That's got to be the adrenaline.
My goodness, I can't believe she's still skating.
Me either. I wear a shield for that purpose. The white jammer, Sky Voltage, is that right?
Yes.
Is going to the penalty box for a track cut there at the end.
Oh, so this will be an opportunity for Black team as they have a...
they've reversed that.
Oh, they reversed it? Wait, Goldie Blocks is going to jam?
Goldie Blocks is going to jam. Oh, this will be fun.
Goldie does not usually jam, so someone must have convinced her because I have tried to give her that star multiple times.
Hey,
it's not her favorite thing.
You can see here on my forearm, I wrote fun.
Fun.
It's all about fun.
And look at Goldie Blocks getting lead jammer. As Pushin' Boots for Team White is trying to make her way through. Is forced to recycle by one hit Wanda as Goldie Blocks comes through on her first scoring pass, sails right through the pack except for she also gets a track cut. So Goldie Blocks will be going to the penalty box for 30 seconds as Pushin' Boots is being recycled to the back of the pack.
So this will be a 2-minute jam.
This will be because there is no lead jammer.
Have we welcomed Wanda back?
We have not welcomed Wanda back. You are correct. Wanda is back playing with us for the first time since COVID and having a baby. So this is her first bout, and I still cannot believe that she literally
October.
just had a baby.
October.
Yes.
Get it, Wanda.
Amazing. Also, hi, Sammy. Nice to see you. Sammy was in Wanda's wedding. She's one of Wanda's best friends, and she's here watching with us on the stream.
Oh, thanks, Sammy.
And Goldie is out of the penalty box and scoring some points, making it through the pack as Pushin' Boots has got to be exhausted, right? Got to be exhausted.
Yes.
She has been fighting for almost a full 2 minutes trying to get through that pack, and
Yes.
it takes so much energy to do that.
It really does.
And Goldie cuts through for another 4 points. And unfortunately is called on a penalty. She's being sent to the penalty box. Was that a track cut, Mel?
No, I'm getting my signals mixed up in my brain, and I understand what Bon Appetit was saying. I do believe it was for illegal contact.
Okay. I think she might have been a little confused about that penalty, so that might need to be a conversation she has with her coach later.
Yes, and I probably should brush up on my. I normally jam ref. Like, that's not a penalty I would normally call.
You still know so much more than me. I'm like, I know track cut. That signal is you just make an X with your arms. That's the one I know. The rest of them, I'm like, I don't know. It's a penalty. I'm going to the box.
Well, when Bon Appetit took her one hand and topped the other hand, that's like, no, that's a bad touch. So that's normally not a good thing.
I also love that we're both making hand signals like people can see us right now.
Yes.
So Elizabeth for Team Black and Pushin' Boots for Team White.
Listen, I talk with my hands. I am not made for radio or for live stream here. I need hands.
Pushin' Boots is in the penalty box, and Elizabeth is able to make it out of the pack for lead jammer. So she is now on a scoring pass as Pushin' Boots stands up and will be coming out of the penalty box shortly. Let's see if Elizabeth can score some points here as she is looking for
a couple.
Some help from her black teammates. Black team teammates to get through. She gets pushed to the inside and is recycled as Pushin' Boots enters the pack.
That's a great derby name.
Isn't it? All right, Pushin' Boots she almost made it through, but is unfortunately pushed to the outside by Adderall, who is now forcing her to recycle all the way to the back of the pack. Elizabeth also trying to make her way through. She's got to be exhausted.
Yes, and before getting hit out by Adderall, she had a little switch. The blocker that hit her out went out as well, so she could go straight right back in.
All right, calling the jam, and it looks like we have an official timeout. Now, the way I said it last game was official timeout means there might be some confusion over the numbers or over something that happened. Having been a ref, tell us a little bit about what happens in those circles.
So with an official timeout, whoever calls it has a question about maybe scoring or a penalty that was called or maybe wasn't called. And so they come and they plead their case and they say, we believe this happened or didn't happen against this skater and this is what it was. And then the officials go back and they huddle up and they discuss it. And then they come back with their ruling whether it stands as a no call or if they're trying to get something overturned, it gets overturned, or if they're asking for something to be called, it gets called.
Okay, so is this like a democracy or is it a dictatorship?
It is a democracy.
So there's voting.
Ish. It's discussed. We figure out what they're asking for, and then the officials who had eyes on it talk about it.
Oh,
and if we have enough
makes
information that we can put together, then a call can either be upheld or made different.
But if something happened that was illegal and no one saw it,
then we really can't.
Okay, so somebody has to see it in order to declare a penalty.
And you have to see the whole thing. You can't just see you just can't see the end result. You have to see the initiation, the follow through, and the ending. So if maybe if one official sees part of it and another sees the beginning and another official sees the end, we can piece it together.
Got it. Makes sense. We've got Executioner for Team Black and Chaos jamming for the second time as Team White. Executioner is through as your lead jammer. Chaos is quickly out behind her and is chasing her down. I think Chaos has decided she's going to try to be the first one to reach the pack. And she overtakes and hits the pack before Executioner. Everybody is on the ground.
We just got a big old cuddle puddle.
But during that puddle, Chaos got through for 4 points, but Alexa got through right after her. They're doing these skaters are doing so great.
They're doing fabulous. I hope they're having fun because that's really what it's all about.
It really is.
We don't got $1 million contracts. We're out here for fun. Everybody has a day job.
Great job by both skaters as the packs are getting reset.
No, it really makes my heart happy that we've got Derby going back on. I really missed it.
Yep. Not all teams have come back. There were many teams across the country that folded during COVID, and we feel really grateful that Cornfed and other Indiana and surrounding teams were able to come back. And
yes.
I mean, looking at the crowd tonight, coming back stronger than ever.
Oh my goodness, yes. Very thankful for our crowd here today.
It's fun to be on the mic, huh?
It's interesting.
It's different.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been challenged by our technical director and my date for the night, seriously.
Date for life.
To name regional teams that have come back. So
original teams.
I'm going to start with Cornfed, like just, teams that came back from COVID.
Okay.
Okay, Cornfed and Naptown.
Circle City.
Did Fort Wayne come back? South Bend.
South Bend is back. I mean, we have skaters from South Shore here.
South Shore, yep.
I would assume Fort Wayne is back in some capacity. We've got our junior leagues that are back as well.
That's true.
So our junior leagues are skaters that are 7 to 17.
All right, Burke Zerker is your jamming for Team Black and Sky Voltage for Team White. Burke Zerker finds some space on the inside line and gets through to be lead jammer. Sky Voltage trying to get around a team of black team blockers.
Could you imagine playing this at 7 years old?
No, the junior roller derby baffles me how they can start playing so early.
There are different levels. There are 3 different levels. And White 418 Stratter went to the box for a direction.
And Burke Zerker did score 4 points there.
All right.
As Sky Voltage is still trying to find her way through, and Miss Adventure needed to fix a toe stop there.
Oh, no, that was not her toe stop. That was her truck.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, we got some wheel issue going on. We're going to need to look at that.
All right, Burke Zerker through for another 4 points. Thank you. Fort Wayne is back, I'm seeing in the comments.
Thank
Other
you, yes.
teams that are back, let us know in the comments which teams are back.
In Ohio, we got Cincinnati. We got Gem City. We got Burning River.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's Akron now. We're going to be playing Burning River in Akron in March.
Oh, Allie Mackey, thank you for telling us that. It's they're real glad in Cleveland that we made it through the pandemic and we're back.
Aw, thank you. It's so good to be back here. I know I say this all the time.
Is
it's just so nice.
continuing to make her way around. Sky Voltage, I think, might have had some technical difficulties with skate.
Toe stop.
Toe stop. But is back in the action and trying to make it through. There is a big pile-up traffic jam of people. Let's see who comes out of it and whether they can score any points. Lafayette is also back, according to the comments. That's fabulous. Lafayette,
yes, of course, we have some of their skaters.
Mm-hmm.
And Miss Ed Adventure is going to the box for a multiplayer.
All right, so we're going to start the next jam with one blocker down for each team. So we will have 3 blockers for each team and 2 jammers starting the next jam.
Coming out of the pandemic, Bloomington has started a new league back up. I can't remember the name of Bloomington, but there is a league back up in Bloomington.
Oh, that's great to hear.
Yes.
Sirius is wondering if maybe B Cup will come back. If anybody is from Bloomington, we would love to see B Cup come back. All right, we have got Ricky Bobby for Team White coming quickly out, establishing his lead jammer. Alexecutioner is your jammer for Team Black.
But while we wait for B Cup to come back, we do have the Small Town Smackdown that Cornfed is hosting. We've had all our applications closed, but we can't wait for that in June.
All right, Alexecutioner coming through to score 4 points. Ricky Bobby is stuck in the pack and trying to pass the star to the pivot, which is successful. So now the Mad Splatter will be the jammer of record for Team White for the first time, as she is forced to recycle back by Ivy Brusinya, putting the star on and trying to get through so she can score some points, as Alexecutioner makes it through the pack for another 4 points. All right, both Mad Splatter and Alexecutioner approaching the pack. And a little bit of a pile up on the turn, resulting in a penalty for someone.
A low block for Alexecutioner.
Looks like
You gotta fall small.
Looks like Team White will be getting a power jam. Bloomington Blockheads. Oh,
That's a directional for Ivy Brusinya. Yes, you said Blockhead?
Blockheads.
Yeah, that is correct.
That is a great name.
That is a fantastic name.
Okay, so now we have a pivot and a jammer in the box for Team Black. Mad Splatter doing her best to make it through. I used to be a pivot, and whenever we put the star on, okay, I'll be honest, I did not have the best conditioning as a pivot, and when I put the star on, I did not want to have to fight this hard. Mad Splatter is doing a fantastic job working her way through the pack to score these points.
Goldie Blocks is in the box for the penalty box. Goldie Blocks in the penalty box
in the
for
box.
a forearm, and White has called a timeout.
All right, so White is going to have an opportunity here with 2 blockers from the Black team in the box, and Alexecutioner she has less than 10 seconds left. We don't know how much, but she's standing, so it won't be very long of a power jam, but White will get to start with a power jam.
Yeah, so when you see a skater in the penalty box when they are standing, so you have 30 seconds, you have to sit for 20, and then you stand for 10, and then you have to wait very patiently until you are dismissed. You cannot leave until you are dismissed.
And what do they say when you're dismissed?
They say, so Alexecutioner they would say Black 610, done, and she would get to leave. My favorite words, done.
The refs are currently talking to one of the skaters in the penalty box. I know when that happened to me, it was never good news.
So they pivot picks up the penalty for being the leader, which is why the box. But
too many skaters.
So
were
that
on the
wouldn't,
track.
if we heard that, it doesn't go to the pivot, it goes to the captain. If there's too many skaters, that penalty goes to your captain.
So I'm guessing that Ivy is the captain?
I would believe so.
Returning to the track for Team White, power jam start. Alexecutioner stands in the penalty box.
You know, this is a lot of fun. I think we need to give a shout out to our friends that are filming for us and running the cameras. Oh, are there notes?
Yes, we have names.
Oh, they have names.
Yes. We have got, well, first of all, Chaos is established herself as lead jammer in this power jam, but Alexecutioner came out of the box and quickly also gets through.
Yeah, she did.
So we will see if any points are scored here. And while we're waiting for that, our camera people are Caitlin, Max, and Kylie.
Oh, thank you so much, friends. That is fantastic. Your work here is greatly appreciated.
And while that was happening, looks like both Chaos and Alexecutioner, nope. Oh, now, okay, here's a question. Alexecutioner just got called on a track cut, but if she already got those 4 points, she still has those 4 points.
It depends on when she got the points.
Ah.
So I did see Alexecutioner step out, so that track cut was a very good call. Of course, it would be a good call. So it just depends on how many hips she passed first.
And Chaos is coming around on another scoring pass.
Oh, good recycle there, Chaos.
And decides to call the jam.
So she's going to freeze
leaving.
Alexecutioner in the box.
Alexecutioner definitely had a bit of a reaction to that, as I would too if I was forced to jam for the third jam in a row, which is what is about to happen to her.
You know, and it's hard. You get in your head as a jammer. You get frustrated. You just want to take a break. So hopefully she can come out, and if she doesn't get lead, can pass it to her pivot, who looks like it's going to be Adderall. We just need to...
We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, we just need to get her a seat on the bench.
As the jam starts, we have Supernova jamming for Team White for the first time this game, trying to take advantage of the short power jam as Alexecutioner comes out of the box.
You know, Supernova has got to be tired. She skated in the first game, too.
Oh, wow. Alexecutioner establishes lead jammer status as Supernova is still attempting to make her way through, takes the pivot panty off, and
we've got a successful star pass to Ricky Bobby.
As Alexecutioner comes through on a scoring pass to score 4 points for Team Black.
Barely touched. Way to go.
And Ricky Bobby is recycled to the back of the pack by, I think, Soul Seeker. Ricky Bobby is out of the pack as Alexecutioner approaches the pack on a scoring pass and easily gets through and scores 4 points. Vanessa is letting us know that South Shore is also back.
Thank you.
South Shore's Michigan, I think.
No, it's Northwest Indiana.
Northwest Indiana. Oh!
That did not feel good.
That hurt me, and I'm not skating. When people fall, Mel talked a little bit about falling small earlier, because when you fall and you fall on any part of a skate, it never feels good.
It does not. It really does not. And we really try and teach that, you know, to fall small, like when you fall, you don't want to just like fall and flail your limbs everywhere. You want to try and bring them in like you're a turtle in the shell.
All right, for this jam, we have Daisy Doom for Team Black and Mars Madness for Team White. Daisy quickly establishes lead jammer and poses for the crowd as she turns turn 2.
She is a gem.
Mars Madness also out of the pack. Daisy coming through on her first scoring pass.
I don't think I've ever met anybody
Easily.
as happy as Daisy.
It's true. Daisy Doom picking up 4 points.
Yes. Daisy loves to be out on the track. She loves
Mars
roller derby.
Very true, very true. Mars Madness finding some space on the inside to score 4 points. Here comes Daisy Doom, the definition of having fun on the track. She's coming through and calls the jam before Mars Madness can score any more points. We only have about 3.5 minutes left in this game.
No,
Thank you all.
that's it?
Yeah, and we still have over 50 people watching.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, friends. You know, in that last at the very end, Debbie Darko had a really nice block, or a pick, if you will, if you're thinking basketball. You know, Debbie Darko had a nice block there to help get Daisy through.
So we've been live tonight for over 4 hours.
Oh my, how's your voice doing? You sound great.
I think it's okay. We'll see how it is tomorrow. And as the jam starts, immediately a penalty is assessed to Chaos.
So there was some confusion there, and Alexecutioner is through for lead jammer.
She seems happy and confused about it. There was a lot of confusion at the beginning of that jam. Sky Voltage is jamming for Team White. And another player from
We're
the
getting
white team.
failure to reform. We got a lot of we had no packs and no movement, so we got a lot of failures to reform.
Yes, so many people reporting to the penalty box. Sky Voltage able to get out as Alexecutioner, who has got to be exhausted, comes around on a scoring pass, easily gets past the one blocker that is out on the track. Currently, this is kind of a jammer-like stroll, as we have so many people in the pack. Lavender Menace and Ivy doing a great job blocking. However, I think Lavender, nope.
Ivy is going to the box for
Ivy.
multiplayer.
I thought I heard a penalty there. But both jammers going around in circles right now, scoring some points.
Go fast, turn left.
You know, when you get tired, sometimes you just need to report to the penalty box.
You need a little 30-second timeout.
Okay, proof about Daisy being just the most joyful person ever. The comments, many people know her. and recognize her as such. All right, here we go. Alexa and Sky continuing to make their way through the pack. Addie takes a big hit from Sky Voltage, and Sky Voltage ends up with a forearm penalty. Look, I know another penalty. Forearm penalty on that one.
You did. You also probably heard Gurr saying that.
I did. You are correct. I heard the ref say it, and I tried to pass it off as my own knowledge.
Sorry, I called you out on that one.
I deserved it.
Oh, man. I should do this in February. This is fun.
Isn't this fun?
This is a lot of fun.
I really enjoy having someone to talk with as well. That's really nice. And Allie, yes, we will be doing this for all of Cornfed's home games.
Is this going to include the tournament or? All right, we'll see what happens.
If the team would like us to live stream the tournament, we would be happy to live stream the tournament.
Hey, I'd like you to live stream the tournament. We have an official timeout. So we thought it was an official before. It was just a regular timeout. Now we really do have an official timeout. So the captains and alternates are meeting in with the refs to discuss.
Yes, and we've been live for over 4 hours, and I have forgotten the entire 4 hours to say, don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel.
Oh,
Derby
my goodness
Date
gracious. Our producer and our friends that are operating the cameras are volunteering their time. It's greatly appreciated. My sister got to watch me play roller derby for the first time with the live stream.
That's wonderful.
I've been playing since 2014.
Well, and I remember the first time we decided to start recording the bouts, we had one single camera.
Yes.
And that's it.
Was it
And
even a good camera?
I'm not sure. And now we're up to 4 cameras, I believe, and announcers and all sorts of technical.
Yeah.
We're very fancy.
You know, we're really fortunate here in Muncie. We have Ball State, so I do believe those that are working the cameras are Ball State students.
You are correct.
They're getting experience in what they want to do.
Now, I know we've called the tournament Small Town Smackdown, but there was a comment, and I believe I've heard it this way too. It is a cornament.
Is it a cornament this year?
I think it's a cornament.
See, I've come back and I pay attention, but like I'm not in the knowledge like I normally am. I'm still here, but I'm not in the leadership like I am. I'm very fortunate to come back and
participate
and still be a mom and still be a skater. Like, it's a hard balance.
It really is. Okay, we only have 52 seconds left in this game.
52 seconds in an official review.
The official review has lasted over a minute, so the official review has lasted longer than the time left to play in the game.
That's all right. But let's get all the derby out that we can soak. Get all the derby in that we can soak up.
Absolutely. You did it. You figured out that sentence.
I did it. And then I'm going to go get a burger somewhere.
You know, I remember when I used to play, I would be so hungry.
So hungry.
Okay, and here we go for our last minute of derby. Power Jam start.
So there must have been...
Sky Voltage is in the box.
With the official review, they must have requested some penalty on the white jammer.
One hit Wanda as your lead jammer. She just kind of skated right through there to take that lead jammer status. Coming back from having a baby only 3 months ago. She comes up against Chaos, gives her a big hit to make it through, scoring 4 points.
That was a good hit.
As Sky Voltage is standing, let's see if Wanda can score a few more points. She is going up to the outside line, sweeping into the inside, and is able to get through for 4 more points. Sky Voltage entering the pack for the first time.
A multiplayer block is being assessed.
Makes it through that pack of black blockers as Wanda comes through to try and score again. And she does. At this time, the period clock has run out, so this will be your last jam.
It's all on Wanda to call it off.
Wanda can call it off, or she can keep going. It's up to her. We have 55 seconds left in this jam as she is recycled back by Chaos, and Sky Voltage coming around to see if she can score some points. I think at this point, Wanda might just be having a little fun.
Oh, definitely.
As she scores 4 more points.
Although she did look back to see what her coaches were saying. She did look back there. Oh, and Kent's giving her the go-around and blew her a kiss.
Sky is out with 4 points of her own. Only 30 seconds left in this jam as Wanda scores another 4 points. Looks like we're just going to have fun and enjoy the rest of this game.
White
Wanda.
White 5-7 Robin Daggers went to the penalty box for a directional.
And we only have 7 seconds left in this game.
As Wanda's hit to the inside, recycled back.
What a great last jam to end that game. What a fun game.
Oh, we're seeing high fives.
I am seeing both teams congratulate each other on a great game. I love such great sportsmanship and being able to say, you know what, win or lose, the most important thing,
have fun.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm a very competitive person, and for a long time I had fun, but it didn't seem like I was having fun. And, you know, we don't get paid the big bucks for this. Like, we volunteer to do this. We pay dues. We help rent spaces. Like, we are literally doing this for fun. So I hope everybody had fun.
Well, I sure did. And thanks for joining me for the last half.
Me.
That was
I hope
great.
I didn't sound too ridiculous.
You sounded wonderful, and you are welcome to be on the mic with me anytime. But when you're playing, I think you should just play.
When I play, I'll play, yeah.
With that said, thank you all for joining us tonight. It was a pleasure. Derby date night has been a success, and now that the date is over, we probably have to go check on our kids.
My kids are sleeping. I checked on the cameras.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us for another Derby date night. Don't forget to like and subscribe because we will be back with more Derby for you on, do you know the date of the next game?
February 18th.
All right. Enjoy your Valentine's Day, and then join us for another Derby date night on February 18th.